There is a moment in every stadium when the noise finally falls away. It happens long after the final whistle, long after the players have left the field, long after the crowd has poured out into the night. The lights are still warm, the turf still carries the imprint of cleats, and the silence that settles over the place feels almost unnatural. I have stood in that silence many times, and each time it reminds me of something I learned early in my study of this sport. Football does not reveal its truth in the roar of the crowd. It reveals it in the quiet that follows. That quiet holds the memories of every hit, every collision, every sacrifice that once felt small in the heat of the moment but grew heavy in the years that followed. When people talk about a career, they talk about seasons. They talk about the rookie season, the breakout season, the championship season. But there's another kind of season that only a few ever speak about. I call it the final season. It is the season when a player realizes that something has changed inside them. The moment is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is as simple as a tackle that does not feel right. Sometimes it is a moment when vision blurs for a second too long. Sometimes it is a hit that seems ordinary until the player tries to stand and realizes something in their body or mind is not cooperating the way it used to. I have spoken to men who played through their final season long before they understood they were living in it. Not injured in a way that trainers could diagnose or fans could see, but changed in a way that only time could uncover. It is a truth woven deeply into the history of football. The game does not always take everything from a player in a single moment. Sometimes it takes a little at a time. 8. There are also the stories that do not unfold slowly. Stories that shaped not only the seasons that followed, but the entire identity of the sport. Stories that force us to confront a simple but unsettling truth. Football was not built on celebration. It was built on risk. And in the earliest days of the sport, that risk carried a cost that was felt across the entire country. When I began researching the origins of football, I expected to find tales of rugged determination, fierce competition, and the early evolution of strategy. What I found instead was something more haunting. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, football was a dangerous experiment. Rules were minimal. Medical knowledge was limited. Coaches encouraged players to accept harm without question. Collisions were encouraged. Strength was valued over caution. And the public saw the sport as a test of character rather than a threat to life. In this early landscape, football had no illusions about the danger it carried. The sport did not hide it. The public did not pretend it was safe. The men who played it knew they were stepping onto a field where bones broke easily, where consciousness was fragile, and where a single wrong angle could mean the end. And yet, the game grew. It spread from college campuses to towns and cities across the nation. Young men wanted to prove themselves. Schools wanted to build their reputations. Newspapers wanted dramatic stories. Football gave them all of this. But it also gave them something else. It gave them tragedy. As I traced these early stories back through old reports and archived records, I kept returning to a single moment. A moment when the sport crossed a line that it could no longer ignore. A moment when a player paid the ultimate price for a game that had not yet learned how to protect him. That moment became known as football's first recorded death. The young man who lost his life had no idea that he was stepping into history. He did not know that his final game would set off a national reckoning. He did not know that his name would be preserved in the earliest conversations about safety and reform. All he knew that day was that he was doing what countless players did. He stepped onto a field and gave everything he had. When I imagine that day, I do not picture the moment of impact. I picture the silence that followed, It's a kind of silence I have heard in empty stadiums long after the stands emptied. The kind that carries the weight of what cannot be undone. In that silence, the truth of football becomes impossible to ignore. For every moment of triumph, there has always been an undercurrent of risk. For every celebration, there has always been an unseen cost. And in the earliest era of the sport, that cost was often paid in ways the modern world would never accept. The death of that player did not end football. In a strange way, it kept the sport alive. It forced coaches, officials, and leaders to reevaluate a game that had grown reckless without restraint. It forced parents and educators to demand change. It forced the entire country to ask itself whether a sport that inspired so much pride was worth the danger it carried. And it forced the sport itself to evolve. Not quickly and not perfectly, but undeniably. As I reflect on that moment, I understand why it matters now more than ever. We look at football today with a mixture of admiration and concern. The game is faster now, though players are stronger. The impacts are more severe. And the questions that surfaced more than a century ago still echo. How much risk is acceptable? How much sacrifice is too much? How long can a sport built on collision remain a cornerstone of American identity? In every era, these questions come back to life. They return after every catastrophic injury. They return after every frightening collapse. They return every time a player enters his final season without yet realizing it. And they return whenever we revisit the origins of football and discover that the risks we debate today were born in the first days of the sport. This documentary begins with that origin. It begins with the first recorded death because that moment serves as the foundation of everything that followed. That young man's fate changed the shape of the rulebook. It influenced generations of coaches. It inspired new ideas about safety. It forced the nation to confront its own fascination with danger. And it established a truth that has remained ever since. Football has always existed at the intersection of courage and cost. In the chapters that follow, we will journey through the timeline of that cost. We will study the forces that shape the sport, the tragedies that threatened to end it, and the determination that kept it alive. We will follow the long path from unregulated brutality to modern competition, and we will confront the powerful legacy of the young man whose final day became a turning point in American sports history. Before we move forward, I return once more to that image of the silent stadium, the faint smell of turf, the echo of a crowd that has faded into memory. That silence reminds me why this story matters. Because when the game ends and the final cheer fades, what remains is the truth. Football is a sport built on strength and courage. It is also a sport built on sacrifice. And to understand where it is going, we must begin with the moment when its cost first became undeniable. I have spent years studying the long shadows that stretch across the history of football, not the familiar stories of championships or dynasties, but the quieter and more uncomfortable truths that the sport has carried with it since the moment it first took shape on American soil. When you begin to trace that history from its earliest decades, you find that the game we celebrate today was born not from spectacle or strategy, but from a primal confrontation with human limits. You discover that the story of football is, in many ways, a story of how a country learned to wrestle with the cost of its own appetite for competition, toughness, and identity. And at the center of that struggle stands a single moment, a single name, and a single life that was lost before the sport had even learned how to protect the people who played it. Football did not begin as a polished institution. It emerged as a rough, chaotic, often violent hybrid of rugby and local interpretations of rough sport. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it lived at the edge of unregulated force. College teams played with minimal padding. Helmets, when used at all, were little more than soft leather. Blocking schemes were primitive and often resembled mass shoving contests. The culture around the sport encouraged bravado and aggression. Injuries were expected. Pain was part of the identity. And the young men who stepped onto those early fields did so with a kind of fearless confidence that bordered on naivete. They believed they were stepping into a test of strength and character. Few imagined they were stepping into a place where the line between survival and tragedy had not yet been defined. In this era, it was common to read newspaper accounts of entire lines collapsing into tangled piles of bodies where elbows struck. Temples, knees crushed, rib cages, and fists found their way into vulnerable gaps between improvised pieces of equipment. Games could devolve into scrums where no one on the field could see the ball, and where suffocation was a genuine risk. Officials had limited authority. Coaches emphasized physical dominance above everything else. Medical supervision was minimal and often non-existent. Many universities lacked even a rudimentary understanding of concussion or internal trauma. And yet crowds gathered by the thousands. They came to watch young men hurl themselves at one another with a level of force that was as mesmerizing as it was unsettling. It was a spectacle that reflected the country's fascination with toughness during a time when industrial growth, military ambition, and the celebration of masculine endurance shaped the national identity. The importance of football's first death becomes clearer when you place it within that environment. Tragedies in the sport did not begin with the name most often cited today. But the first thoroughly documented collapse of a player on the field marked a turning point in public awareness. Harold Moore, a young player from Union College who died in 1905 after suffering a traumatic brain injury during a game, became the face of a growing national reckoning. His death was widely reported. His family's pain became public. And the country began asking whether football had crossed a line that could no longer be justified by tradition or excitement. Moore's story mattered because it forced America to confront the vulnerability behind the toughness. He was a reminder that every era of the sport, from its raw beginnings to the modern spectacle, has carried the weight of choices made about safety, culture, and responsibility. When scholars look back at the early 1900s, they often highlight 1905 as the pivotal year. That season alone recorded at least 18 player deaths and more than 100 serious injuries across the country. High schools and colleges were battered by public outcry. Parents wrote letters to universities demanding that officials step in. Journalists published scathing criticisms of the brutality. Leading newspapers questioned whether football had become too violent to survive. Some called for a national ban. Others insisted that the sport was a necessary proving ground for American youth. The debate became a reflection of the country's values and anxieties. Was toughness worth the risk? Could a culture that celebrated physical courage also protect the people who embodied it? Or was football drifting toward a point where tradition outweighed humanity? It was into this crisis that President Theodore Roosevelt stepped. Roosevelt, who believed deeply in the value of strenuous life, recognized that the sport was at a crossroads. He invited representatives from Harvard, Yale, and Princeton to the White House. His message was firm: reform the sport or risk losing it entirely. That intervention helped catalyze sweeping changes. Rules were rewritten. The forward pass was introduced to spread players across the field. Dangerous mass formations were eliminated. Protective equipment slowly improved. And as governing bodies formed, standards for play emerged that acknowledged the urgent need to safeguard the lives of athletes. Yet even as reform took shape, the echoes of early tragedy never fully faded. They lingered in locker rooms and medical tents. They appeared in autopsy reports and in the testimonies of doctors who warned that repeated blows to the head carried consequences that science had not yet fully mapped. They resurfaced in later decades as players grew stronger, faster, and heavier, creating new forms of collisions that older rules had never anticipated. The tension between the beauty of the sport and its inherent risks became one of football's defining contradictions. This documentary explores that contradiction by tracing a path from Harold Moore's death through the long sequence of changes, innovations, and cultural shifts that followed. We will examine how early fatalities forced universities to reimagine the sport. We will study the data that accumulated over time, revealing patterns of injury that pointed to deeper systemic issues. We will look at the medical research that emerged over the decades, from baseline concussion studies to the complex investigations into chronic traumatic encephalopathy. We will revisit the moments when the sport once again found itself confronted with the same questions raised in 1905, and we will analyze how each generation has responded to the reality that football, even with its triumphs and its extraordinary stories of grit, contains a level of danger that has defined it since the beginning. The journey ahead is not simply a retelling of history. It is an attempt to understand how a nation built one of its most cherished traditions on a foundation that includes both courage and vulnerability. To understand why fans continued to fill stadiums even when headlines reported injuries that no game should produce. To understand why players continued to line up play after play, accepting risks that most people outside the sport rarely confront in their own lives. And to understand how reforms have both succeeded and fallen short, leaving the sport in a constant state of negotiation between progress and peril. As we move forward, we will meet the people who shaped that negotiation. Doctors who warned of dangers before the country was ready to listen. Coaches who pushed boundaries in pursuit of victory. Administrators who tried to balance safety with tradition. Journalists who exposed the truth. Families who carried the grief of young men who did not survive their seasons. And reformers who believed that football could evolve without losing the identity that made it so compelling. Their voices form the backbone of this story. Their experiences illuminate the cost of the sport in ways statistics alone cannot. To understand football's first death is to understand every debate that has followed, every rule change, every medical discovery, every moment when the sport has been forced to confront itself. It is the foundation upon which the modern game stands, a reminder that progress in football has always been paid for by the experiences of real people whose sacrifices shaped the direction of the sport. That is the journey we begin now. A journey into the heart of football's history, where triumph and tragedy walk side by side. When I look back at the earliest years of football, I am struck by how unrecognizable the sport once was. It was not yet a polished spectacle. It was a contest of willpower shaped by communities that believed toughness was a measure of character. It drew young men who wanted to test themselves against the edges of endurance. But the truth is that football's beginnings were defined far more by survival than by strategy. If someone from that era walked into a modern stadium, they would not recognize the protective layers, the medical personnel, the governing bodies, or the safety protocols that are now taken for granted. Early football had none of that. It emerged at a time when risk was celebrated, when institutions believed physical danger built moral strength, and when the world had not yet developed the science needed to understand the toll of repeated collisions. Players lined up with little more than thick sweaters and grit, and they collided with a force that would alarm any doctor today. The absence of rules allowed creativity, but it also allowed chaos. Coaches and captains devised mass formations designed to overwhelm opponents, not through finesse, but through weight and pressure. These formations turned players into human battering rams. Bodies packed tightly together, legs churning, heads lowering, shoulders driving forward with one purpose: to push through the opponent by sheer force of movement. The most notorious of these formations was the flying wedge, a play so dangerous that it became a symbol of the sport's recklessness. It involved players locking arms or linking shoulders, creating a dense triangular structure that moved like a freight train. The ball carrier was shielded by layers of teammates as the formation surged ahead. Defenders had no choice but to throw themselves directly into the path of a moving wall of bodies. The collisions were spectacular in their impact and devastating in their consequences. Bones broke, teeth shattered. Skulls struck the ground with a force that few survived without lasting damage. Players at the point of contact often had no control over their own bodies. They were pushed forward by teammates, trampled by opponents, and suffocated beneath the mass of the scrum. What makes the brutality of those early plays even more striking is that many of the injuries went untreated or unnoticed. Universities did not staff sidelines with medical teams. Concussions were rarely recognized. A player who staggered, vomited, or lost consciousness was often told to rest briefly before returning to the field. The understanding of internal injuries was almost non-existent. Someone complained of headaches or dizziness or chest pain after a game. These symptoms were dismissed as the natural result of hard competition. Many injuries that would be diagnosed as life-threatening today were waved away as temporary discomfort. The culture around the sport taught players that complaining was a weakness. Coaches reinforced that message. Teammates echoed it. And young men, eager to prove themselves, accepted suffering as part of the experience. It is tempting to view this era as a product of ignorance, but it was also a product of values that shaped society at large. The United States was in a period of industrial growth that celebrated strength and resilience. Factories demanded long hours. Military service was seen as a pathway to manhood. Life for many families involved hard physical labor from childhood. The idea that football might be dangerous did not surprise anyone. The danger was the point. Newspapers described it as a crucible for the development of moral courage. Coaches spoke of discipline and sacrifice. College administrators praised the sport for teaching young men to face adversity without hesitation. Parents, influenced by the culture of the time, often encouraged their sons to participate because they believed it would toughen their character and prepare them for the realities of adulthood. Yet behind these ideals lurked truths that were becoming harder to ignore. The violence on the field was escalating. Games became testaments to endurance more than strategy. Some players lost consciousness during scrums and woke up beneath piles of bodies. Others left the field unable to walk without assistance. Bandaged faces and broken noses were common sights on college campuses. Still, these injuries were often worn like badges of honor. They were proof of commitment and bravery. They were symbols of belonging to a fraternity of young men who believed the body was a tool to be pushed until it broke. What early football lacked was structure. There were no unified national rules. Different colleges played slightly different versions of the game. Officiating was inconsistent, and referees had little ability to control dangerous behavior. Teams often agreed on rules only minutes before a contest began. Penalties were rare, and enforcement was limited. This lack of organization created an environment where strategies that posed significant risks could flourish without restraint. Without governing bodies to restrict formations, coaches pushed their teams toward extremes of physicality. The goal was domination, and domination required force. In this setting, violence was not an unfortunate byproduct. It was a tactic. I often find myself imagining how players in that era must have felt as they ran onto those fields. They felt the energy of classmates filling the wooden bleachers. They heard the roar of a crowd that expected intensity. And they pushed aside the knowledge that injuries were common because admitting fear was unacceptable. But it was also an introduction to the reality that the sport demanded sacrifices long before it offered protection. The brutal truth emerges not just from statistics or newspaper reports, but from the stories preserved by teammates who watched injuries unfold in real time. Players recalled hearing the sudden silence when someone went down and did not get up. They described the uneasy moments when the scrum broke apart and revealed someone lying still on the ground. They spoke of the confusion that followed because there was no framework for emergency response. Some players were carried away by teammates. Others walked off the field clutching their ribs or holding their heads. But there were also those who never regained consciousness or never recovered fully from the injuries sustained during these collisions. Their stories became part of the sport's early legacy. Quiet tragedies whispered about on campuses, but rarely confronted publicly. Because acknowledging them meant questioning the very foundations of a beloved tradition. The acceptance of danger was not limited to the players. Spectators contributed to the culture. Crowds cheered the hardest hits. Newspapers praised teams that showed unrelenting aggression. The sport was marketed as a proving ground for the future leaders of the nation. College presidents, even those who privately worried about the brutality, understood that football brought visibility and prestige. The sport became entwined with school identity. Rivalries grew. Games drew attention far beyond campus borders. And with every season that passed, the collisions grew more forceful as athletes trained harder and competition intensified. Still, the deaths and severe injuries accumulated. By the early 1900s, it was impossible to ignore the mounting evidence that something had to change. Public pressure increased. Medical professionals began speaking out. Journalists wrote detailed accounts of the dangerous formations that turned games into battlegrounds. Families who lost sons to the sport shared their grief openly. These voices signaled a shift in the national conscience. The sport stood at a crossroads, and reform was no longer a theoretical idea, but a necessity. Before reform arrived, however, football existed in a space where courage was expected. Sacrifice was normal, and danger was woven into every moment of play. This was the environment in which the sport grew. This was the world that shaped the players whose stories opened the national dialogue about safety. And it was this brutal birth that set the stage for the tragedy that would push the country toward change. The year 1905 is often remembered in history as a year of transformation. Yet, in the context of football, it is remembered for tragedy. The statistics alone were staggering. At least 18 deaths of players were recorded nationwide during the fall season, with more than 100 serious injuries reported. Broken bones, concussions, internal trauma, and permanent disabilities became commonplace in newspapers and college records alike. For the first time, the public could see clearly that football, as it was played, carried a risk that extended beyond ordinary hardship. They were young men, sons, brothers, classmates, and friends, whose ambitions were cut short by a game that demanded far more than any human body could consistently endure. As I read through the archives, the newspapers of the era offered a window into both the events and the growing public unease. Headlines spoke of fatalities on college grids. Stories detailed the circumstances of each death. Some were simple collisions that went wrong. Others were the product of deliberate strategies that pushed players into extreme danger. The coverage was not sensationalized in the way tabloids today might exaggerate, but rather deeply factual, sometimes clinical. The climate that year created pressure from multiple directions, not least from medical professionals who observed patterns that were previously overlooked. Physicians warned that repeated hits, cumulative trauma, and the absence of safety protocols created conditions that were unsustainable and morally indefensible. The reaction of the public was equally intense. Newspapers across the country editorialized on the state of the sport. Social reformers argued that the continuation of the sport in its existing form was an affront to reason and human decency. At the same time, the game retained an almost irresistible appeal. Fans loved the intensity, the spectacle, and the demonstration of courage on the field. Rivalries between colleges drew thousands to the stands, and alumni took pride in the ability of their teams to dominate opponents with force. Football had become both a symbol of American masculinity and a lightning rod for national anxiety about the safety of youth. The deaths of 1905 did not occur in isolation. They were part of a growing pattern that had begun in previous seasons but reached a tipping point that year. Players were succumbing to blunt force trauma in ways that made clear the sport had outpaced its own understanding of injury prevention. One player might collapse on the field after a tackle. Another might leave a game with subtle internal injuries that would manifest in permanent disability weeks later. Each incident contributed to a mounting sense that football's cost had become unacceptable. Colleges debated whether to cancel entire seasons. Debates raged within faculty boards about whether academic institutions should continue supporting a game that carried such lethal potential. Despite these warnings, the sport continued to be played. Teams felt the pressure to maintain schedules and rivalries. Coaches felt compelled to field strong players regardless of the risks. Young men still felt a personal imperative to participate, driven by pride, ambition, and a desire to prove themselves. For many, leaving the field after one game was not an option. The culture of endurance outweighed the instinct for self-preservation. This intersection of social expectation, institutional pressure, and individual ambition created a perfect storm in 1905, one that tragically manifested in loss of life and permanent injury. Public outrage reached a crescendo as stories of fatalities circulated. Editorials decried the casualness with which injuries were treated. Some writers asked why colleges could tolerate mass formations and aggressive plays without medical oversight. Others demanded regulation, suggesting that state authorities or national governing bodies step in to prevent further deaths. The cumulative effect of 18 deaths and countless injuries could not be ignored. Football had become a symbol not only of valor, but of moral responsibility, and the moral responsibility of the time dictated that reform was urgent. I have often thought about what it must have been like for the players themselves during that season. They did not have access to modern safety equipment. Helmets were rudimentary or absent entirely. Pads offered little protection. Even simple medical interventions, such as ice or pain management, were limited by the knowledge and resources available at the time. When a player fell, teammates often carried him to the sidelines and waited for minimal attention. There was no standardized protocol for assessing injuries. Many players returned to the field even after suffering concussions or other serious trauma. The culture of endurance demanded it. The expectation of toughness was not a suggestion. It was a mandate. To show weakness could mean ridicule or exclusion. And so, despite the obvious dangers, men continued to play, even as fatalities mounted. The reaction of families was equally poignant. Parents watched their sons play with increasing anxiety, aware that every game could produce a catastrophic outcome. Some withdrew support. Others appealed to colleges for reassurances about safety. The loss of a single life was devastating. But the cumulative pattern became a public concern that transcended individual grief. Newspapers published letters from grieving parents, highlighting the emotional toll on families and communities. The stories forced the country to recognize that football was more than a game. It was an institution capable of inflicting irreversible harm. It was in this climate that serious conversations about reform began. Some voices suggested banning football entirely. Others called for the introduction of rules designed to limit the most dangerous formations. Advocates for change argued that football could retain its competitive spirit while minimizing fatalities. They proposed regulating mass plays, improving medical oversight, and introducing protective equipment. These discussions were heated, contested, and deeply consequential. They set the stage for intervention by national authorities and eventually the presidency itself. The events of 1905 transformed football from a localized college pastime into a subject of national concern and debate. Even as reform discussions began, the season itself continued. Players on the field remained in harm's way. Coaches still designed strategies that emphasized force over finesse. Injuries continued to occur, and deaths reminded the nation that words alone could not prevent tragedy. The juxtaposition between passion for the game and the reality of its consequences created a tension that has defined football ever since. That tension emerged most sharply during 1905, when the sport was forced to reconcile its identity with the human cost it exacted. The season of 1905 serves as a lens through which we can understand the larger trajectory of football. It demonstrates the limits of unregulated play. It shows the consequences of a culture that prioritized toughness over precaution. The lessons of that year are not distant or irrelevant. They remind us that football has always balanced on the edge between triumph and tragedy, and that edge has shaped every era that followed. Harold Moore was 22 years old when he stepped onto the field that fateful autumn day. He was a student at Union College, a young man who had grown up in a small town. It's a kind of place where athletic achievement was a measure of character, and football was a rite of passage. Friends described him as disciplined, diligent, and fearless. He was known for his speed and agility, but also for his commitment to his teammates. He had played several seasons without major injury, carrying himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to navigate risk from an early age. Yet nothing in his life prepared him for the collision that would change football forever. The game in question was a match against a rival college, a contest that had been eagerly anticipated. Spectators filled the stands with the expectation of a violent and thrilling game, unaware that the events that would unfold were destined to enter the national consciousness. As the teams lined up, Harold moved into position, executing plays with the precision of someone trained for excellence, yet vulnerable to the chaos inherent in a sport still unregulated in the most critical ways. The field was dense with bodies, the air thick with the anticipation of impact. Every snap, every push, every surge carried the potential for injury. The players embraced it as part of the culture. There was no hesitation, no retreat, only the expectation that one would give everything for the team and endure the consequences. During the course of the game, Harold participated in a series of mass formations, including the notorious wedge, designed to maximize force against opponents. In one of these sequences, he was driven backward by the concentrated weight of multiple players. His head struck against another player and the ground with devastating impact. Witnesses recalled the immediate stillness that followed, a silence that contrasted sharply with the roar of the crowd moments earlier. Harold collapsed and never regained full consciousness. Medical staff, limited in knowledge and equipment, could do little beyond observing and attempting basic first aid. The crowd, initially unaware of the severity, gradually realized the gravity of the situation as word spread across the field. Newspapers documented every detail with a combination of shock and meticulous reporting. Accounts described the moment of impact, the efforts to revive him, and the desperate attempts to transport him to a nearby medical facility. Journalists emphasized the inevitability of risk in football, but framed Harold's death as a wake-up call for the sport. Headlines did not shy away from naming him, nor from highlighting the tragic consequences of the unregulated game. Obituaries noted his accomplishments as a player and student while mourning a life extinguished too soon. Letters from family members, included in some reports, expressed grief but also frustration at the lack of oversight that allowed such an outcome. What made Harold Moore's death particularly significant was the way it crystallized a nationwide conversation about safety and morality in football. Prior injuries and fatalities had been acknowledged, but none had penetrated the public consciousness with the intensity of Harold's story. His youth, character, and promising future humanized the statistics. People could no longer discuss deaths as abstract risks. Harold was a tangible loss, a life interrupted, a symbol of the vulnerability inherent in the sport. His passing became the focal point for media discussions, academic debates, and calls for reform. The nation could see, in a single case, what had previously been dispersed across anonymous reports. The public response was immediate and intense. Newspapers published editorials demanding the creation of national standards, arguing that universities could not continue to allow games where fatalities were foreseeable. Civic leaders questioned the ethics of continuing to celebrate the sport in its current form. Students at other colleges debated whether to cancel matches or to adopt new rules to protect their peers. The discourse was no longer speculative. The death of Harold Moore forced the country to confront the consequences of a sport that had, until that point, been allowed to operate without meaningful oversight. Medical professionals weighed in with opinions that would later shape the first formal recommendations for player safety. Doctors emphasized the dangers of mass formations and repeated head trauma, warning that without intervention, more lives could be lost. They advocated for the development of equipment that could better absorb impacts, the introduction of standardized rules to minimize the risk of lethal collisions, and the presence of trained medical personnel at games. Their voices lent credibility to the argument for reform, demonstrating that the concern was not only cultural, but also scientific. In parallel, the death of Harold Moore ignited a cultural reflection on the values embedded in football. Coaches and administrators were forced to consider whether the celebration of toughness had come at too high a price. Universities recognized that the reputational benefits of football could no longer outweigh the moral imperative to protect players. Alumni and parents joined the conversation, demanding accountability and changes that would prevent future tragedies. Harold's death became the tipping point in a broader movement to reconcile the sport's physical demands with the preservation of human life. It is worth noting that Harold Moore's story is not solely about death. It is also about the way his life illuminated the contradictions of football at the time. He was a young man whose talent and dedication had brought him to the center of a cultural phenomenon. Yet the very structures designed to celebrate him were inadequate in protecting him. The tragedy underscores the duality of football from its earliest years, a sport that could inspire admiration, camaraderie, and identity, while simultaneously exposing participants to extraordinary risk. In this sense, Harold Moore's death was emblematic not just of 1905, but of the enduring tension between glory and danger in football. The national conversation that followed was unprecedented. The press amplified the story. Colleges responded with meetings and debates, and social reformers used the case to call for structural changes. Football had survived prior injuries and localized fatalities, but Harold's death created a consensus that the sport could no longer operate on tradition alone. This realization would pave the way for regulatory oversight and eventually for the intervention of political leaders, including the president, to ensure the survival of the sport within safer boundaries. The event demonstrated that the culture of endurance and bravery had to coexist with measures that prioritized life. For historians and analysts, Harold Moore represents a critical inflection point. His life and death offer insight into the challenges of reforming a sport deeply rooted in physicality and societal expectations. They show how one individual's tragedy can catalyze systemic change. They illuminate the way media, medical professionals, families, and institutions interact when faced with moral and ethical dilemmas. Most importantly, they remind us that the legacy of early football is inseparable from the human cost it exacted. To understand the evolution of the sport, we must acknowledge the lives that shaped its trajectory. None more visibly than Harold Moore. As I reflect on this story, I am struck by the immediacy of its relevance. Contemporary debates about concussion protocols, helmet safety, and player health echo the issues raised over a century ago. The cultural and ethical questions remain remarkably consistent. How much risk is acceptable in pursuit of athletic achievement? How should institutions balance the desire for spectacle with the imperative to preserve life? How does society reconcile admiration for courage with the responsibility to prevent avoidable harm? Harold Moore's story forces us to confront these questions in their most urgent form, reminding us that history is not a distant abstraction, but a living influence on the present. The 1905 season, punctuated by Harold's death, marked a turning point not only for the rules of the game, but also for its moral framework. The widespread outrage compelled administrators to consider reforms, coaches to rethink tactics, and the nation to consider the ethical boundaries of sport. It forced football to confront mortality in a way that was impossible to ignore. The changes that followed would define the path toward safer play, establishing principles and practices that endure in one form or another to this day. Harold Moore's life and death were therefore not isolated incidents, but foundational moments in the history of football, moments that clarified the stakes of every subsequent decision about safety, strategy, and ethics. It is impossible to recount the story of football's first death without acknowledging the layers of meaning it carries. Harold Moore was a student, an athlete, and a son whose loss was felt immediately and broadly. He became a symbol of a sports reckoning with its own brutality. His death catalyzed reforms that allowed football to survive the national outcry and evolve into a game capable of balancing spectacle with responsibility. In every era since, the lessons of 1905 and the sacrifice of Harold Moore have echoed through the corridors of stadiums, medical conferences, and administrative meetings, reminding us of the fragility of life and the weight of the choices made on and off the field. The story of football's first death cannot be fully understood without considering the moment when the highest office in the land intervened. Theodore Roosevelt, a man whose name today evokes images of rugged determination and the strenuous life, became an unexpected arbiter of a sport that was careening toward chaos. By the fall of 1905, football had reached a point where fatalities and serious injuries were no longer confined to anecdotal warning. The deaths of 18 young men in a single season, combined with over 100 serious injuries, created a national crisis. Parents, educators, doctors, and journalists all called for decisive action. The sport itself teetered on the brink of moral and cultural collapse. It was into this environment of mounting urgency that President Roosevelt stepped forward. Roosevelt's involvement was not incidental. He had long been a proponent of physical vigor and believed in the cultivation of strength, courage, and endurance. He saw value in sports as training grounds for character and discipline. At the same time, he recognized the need to preserve human life and the ethical limits of competition. Reports of players dying on college fields reached him through newspapers and personal letters, and the stark reality of the situation demanded a response. He understood that if football did not reform itself, it could face legislative bans or complete societal rejection. For Roosevelt, the preservation of football required a recalibration of its practices rather than its elimination. In October of 1905, Roosevelt invited representatives from Harvard, Princeton, and Yale to the White House. Roosevelt conveyed his message in clear terms. He emphasized the prestige and tradition of football, but he also emphasized the moral imperative of safety. He challenged the representatives to recognize the national spotlight and the accountability that came with the sport's popularity. He was a president who believed in results, not rhetoric, and he made clear that meaningful reform was expected. The discussions that day were as much about morality as they were about rules. Roosevelt did not micromanage the specific plays or formations, but he made it clear that the deaths, including that of Harold Moore, were unacceptable. He demanded solutions that would allow the sport to continue without subjecting young men to unnecessary risk. The tone of the conversation combined stern admonition with practical guidance. Roosevelt understood that football could endure as a cultural institution, but only if leaders were willing to act decisively and swiftly. Strategies that relied on concentrated force rather than skill were identified as primary contributors to injury. The committees recommended the introduction of measures that would spread players across the field, limit direct collisions, and require greater accountability among referees and coaches. Their goal was clear: preserve the essence of football while preventing fatalities and serious harm. Roosevelt's intervention went beyond advice. It carried the weight of an ultimatum. Within weeks, committees issued detailed recommendations that included changes to formations, stricter oversight by referees, and requirements for more consistent officiating. The intervention shifted the discourse from one of isolated incidents to one of systemic responsibility. Football, as a cultural phenomenon, was now accountable to the broader society. Public sentiment had shifted, and institutions that failed to act risked public condemnation and loss of credibility. From the perspective of the players, Roosevelt's involvement marked a turning point in the perception of their own vulnerability. For decades, toughness had been a defining metric of worth, and endurance was celebrated regardless of the cost. Suddenly, the nation was asserting that there were limits to what could be morally tolerated in the name of sport. Players were being protected, not because they lacked courage, but because society recognized that courage should not be a prerequisite for survival. This reframing of expectations would echo through future reforms and establish a precedent for player welfare as a critical component of the game. The White House meetings also underscored the emerging collaboration between governmental authority, educational institutions, and public health perspectives. Roosevelt's intervention demonstrated that the preservation of a national pastime required multi-level engagement. Rules and formations were no longer the sole responsibility of coaches. They were the subject of debate among administrators, physicians, and civic leaders. The sport was becoming an institution in which ethical oversight mattered as much as strategy and performance. This was a foundational shift that would influence football's development for decades to come. Reflecting on this moment, it is clear that Roosevelt's intervention did more than save lives. It legitimized the conversation around safety and established the principle that football could evolve without losing its identity. The reforms implemented in response to his ultimatum laid the groundwork for the formalization of rules, the creation of national oversight bodies, and the gradual improvement of protective equipment. They marked the beginning of a conscious effort to balance spectacle with responsibility, to preserve the sport's intensity while acknowledging the human cost of unregulated play. Theodore Roosevelt's involvement also revealed the profound societal investment in football. The sport was more than a game. It was a reflection of national values, ideals, and anxieties. It symbolized masculinity, endurance, and competition. It also exposed the ethical dilemmas inherent in celebrating risk without mitigation. Roosevelt's approach, blending moral clarity with practical reform, highlighted the capacity for leadership to influence cultural evolution. His actions demonstrated that accountability could be demanded from institutions, and that a sport could maintain its significance only by addressing the human realities it encompassed. In the years that followed, the interventions initiated by Roosevelt and the universities created a template for governance, oversight, and reform. Injuries remained a concern, and fatalities would occasionally occur. But the precedent of active intervention had been established. Football was no longer a purely self-regulating endeavor. Administrators recognized their responsibility. Coaches adapted their strategies. And the public retained the ability to demand safety measures. The legacy of Roosevelt's involvement is inseparable from the modern game, which continues to grapple with questions of ethics, risk, and protection. It is impossible to overstate the significance of this moment. A president's attention transformed football from a tolerated hazard into a nationally accountable institution. The intervention acknowledged the moral dimension of athletic competition and forced the sport to confront the consequences of its own intensity. Roosevelt's ultimatum established a new standard. The value of a player's life outweighed tradition when the two were in conflict. That principle would inform all subsequent reforms and remains relevant today as debates about concussions, player safety, and ethical responsibility continue. The story of 1905, and particularly the role of Theodore Roosevelt, serves as a reminder that sports exist within a larger societal framework. They reflect the priorities, anxieties, and moral calculations of the culture that supports them. Football survived because leaders recognized that reform was not optional. They acted decisively to preserve the game while safeguarding the people who made it possible. Roosevelt's intervention represents the moment when football acknowledged its own mortality and chose to evolve rather than perish. One of the earliest and most consequential reforms was the legalization of the forward pass. Prior to 1906, the forward pass was largely forbidden or heavily restricted. The game relied on mass formations and brute force, strategies that had caused countless injuries and several deaths. By introducing the forward pass as a legal tactic, reformers aimed to spread players across the field, reduce dangerous collisions, and promote skill-based play over sheer momentum. The forward pass represented a philosophical shift as well as a tactical one. It prioritized strategy, timing, and precision over the concentration of physical force. The expansion of the line of scrimmage reflected an understanding that spacing and timing could be engineered to minimize injury while preserving competition. It was a deliberate attempt to recalibrate the game's inherent risks without stripping it of its intensity or spectacle. Reformers countered with evidence from medical reports, statistical data on injuries, and the growing moral consensus that player welfare could not be sacrificed in the pursuit of tradition. The negotiations were complex, involving not just rules, but philosophy, ethics, and public perception. In the end, the survival of football required compromise, but it also required a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about risk, mortality, and the limits of acceptable danger. The introduction of organized reform did more than adjust gameplay. It legitimized a system in which injury prevention and accountability were institutionalized. Colleges could no longer dismiss fatalities as unfortunate but acceptable byproducts of competition. Rules committees established oversight mechanisms, regular reporting of injuries, and standardized officiating to ensure compliance. Safety became a measurable component of the sport, not an afterthought. These structural changes laid the foundation for a new era in football, one in which administrators, medical professionals, and coaches shared responsibility for the well-being of players. Football had been celebrated as a proving ground for manhood, a crucible in which toughness and resilience were tested. Reform threatened to challenge the narrative that courage required absolute exposure to risk. The sport had to adapt, not only in terms of rules, but in terms of identity. Players were now being taught that strategic thinking, awareness, and adherence to safety protocols were integral to courage, not contradictory to it. This philosophical shift redefined what it meant to succeed on the field and introduced a new paradigm for evaluating athletic virtue. The forward pass, line of scrimmage expansion, and ban on mass momentum plays collectively transformed football from a sport dominated by brute force into one that balanced physicality with intellect and strategy. These reforms preserved the excitement of the game while addressing the ethical imperative highlighted by Harold Moore and the tragic losses of 1905. For players, the changes meant that they could test their skills and endurance without routinely risking death or catastrophic injury. For coaches, it required innovation, careful planning, and attention to detail. For administrators, it provided a framework to justify the continuation of football within the bounds of moral and social responsibility. The birth of organized football reform also illustrates the power of systemic intervention. Individual awareness of danger, media attention, and public concern had created pressure for change. But only formalized governance could enforce compliance and ensure consistency across institutions. and it established a principle that endures. The survival of a sport depends on its capacity to protect those who make it meaningful. Football emerged from this crisis with a renewed sense of purpose. The forward pass, line of scrimmage adjustments, and the ban on mass momentum plays became enduring symbols of a sport willing to confront its own dangers. These reforms reflected a balance between innovation and tradition, courage and caution, spectacle and ethics. They ensured that the game would continue to captivate audiences while safeguarding lives. And they laid the foundation for the ongoing evolution of football as both a cultural institution and a professional endeavor. In the years immediately following 1906, college programs embraced the forward pass with enthusiasm. Yet the lack of experience with the tactic created new hazards. Conditioning regimens grew more rigorous, yet the human body had natural limits. As one coach of the era reflected in a letter to a colleague, "We have invented new ways to outsmart opponents." The 1920s saw widespread use of passing, rapid pace, and increased scoring. Yet the era also witnessed numerous catastrophic injuries. Stadiums, filled with thousands of fans, celebrated the spectacle even as players endured repeated trauma. Each decade brought technical innovation. The forward pass was refined. Formations became more sophisticated, and conditioning improved. Yet every improvement in strategy or equipment carried unanticipated consequences. Broken limbs, concussions, and chronic injuries persisted. Innovation in football was invariably intertwined with new forms of human cost, a pendulum swinging between safety and the drive to excel. Medical awareness grew more sophisticated over time, yet understanding lagged behind practice. Doctors in the 1920s and 1930s began to document chronic injuries, concussions, and spinal trauma. They observed that repeated high-impact collisions could lead to lasting impairments, including paralysis in severe cases. These findings sparked concern, but enforcement and preventive measures were inconsistent. Coaches and players often viewed medical advice as guidance rather than authority, and the culture of endurance often overrode caution. As a result, injuries continued to mount even as rules evolved to address specific risks. Football, in this sense, was a living system in which reform, risk, and culture were constantly interacting. The evolution of football during the early and mid-20th century illustrates the interplay between technical, medical, and cultural factors. Reforms addressed observable risks, yet they rarely eliminated human vulnerability. Medical research highlighted potential harms, yet implementation lagged. Fans celebrated daring plays, and institutions rewarded results. The pendulum of progress thus emerged as a defining theme. Measures to improve safety invariably created new circumstances in which injuries persisted, often in unexpected forms. Understanding this dynamic is essential to appreciating the ongoing tension between football as spectacle and football as ethical practice. In examining this history, one observes that football has always been defined by adaptation. Every rule change, every innovation in strategy, every advancement in equipment is a response to both previous risk and opportunity. The forward pass, the expanded line of scrimmage, and the ban on mass momentum plays illustrate this dual nature. They reduce certain types of trauma, but create conditions for new hazards. Spread formations reduced pileups, yet they increased collisions in open space. The pendulum of progress ultimately defines football as much as any rule or play. It illustrates that safety, innovation, and human vulnerability are inseparable. The sport has survived because it has learned to adapt, yet it has never eliminated the fundamental tension between spectacle and risk. Each era, from the earliest college games through the professionalization of the sport, demonstrates that progress is iterative, contingent, and imperfect. Players continue to face new challenges as rules evolve, strategies change, and equipment improves, reflecting the enduring lessons of the past. By understanding this cycle, one can appreciate the depth of football's history. The reforms of 1906 were critical, yet they were not endpoints. They were the first step in a centuries-long process of balancing innovation, risk, and ethical responsibility. The pendulum swings continue today, reminding us that the sport's evolution is a negotiation between human ingenuity and human limitation, between the desire to excel and the imperative to survive. In every era, the pattern repeats. Each advance carries promise and peril. Each solution introduces unforeseen consequences. And each generation of players and administrators must confront the tension between glory and risk. I remember the first time I truly understood the power of television in shaping sports. It was not just the ability to broadcast a game, it was the way the camera transformed ordinary violence into spectacle, ordinary endurance into legend. Boxing matches became primetime theater, where every punch, every dodge, every wobble of a fighter was captured for millions of eyes. Football, too, evolved in the glare of the broadcast, its collisions magnified by slow-motion replays and sideline commentary. Suddenly, the private pain of athletes became public property. The hits that once existed in fleeting moments on the field or in the ring were now immortalized in homes across the country. The cost of brutality was no longer merely physical. It was cultural, amplified by the lens of television. Fame changed the calculus of risk for athletes. In boxing, a title fight broadcast nationwide carried more than the promise of a purse. It offered recognition, respect, and legacy. Fighters understood that their bodies were instruments of entertainment, that each fight was not only a contest of skill, but a narrative for the audience. Every punch landed was a story told in real time. The more brutal the contest, the more captivating the spectacle. Fame demanded visibility, and visibility demanded engagement with violence. Fighters found themselves balancing personal safety with the public's appetite for spectacle. The fame they sought became inseparable from the danger they endured. Football experienced a similar transformation. With television, collisions were no longer confined to the stadium. Every tackle, every sack, every dramatic play was broadcast into living rooms. Fans could witness the impact at a distance, analyzing and debating with the authority of hindsight. Players were aware that every hit could be replayed, dissected, celebrated, or criticized. The pressure to perform increased. The need to sustain image and reputation intensified. Fame, once an abstract reward for success, became a tangible expectation that shaped behavior. Athletes learned to embrace risk as a necessary cost of visibility. They carried the dual burden of physical danger and public scrutiny, understanding that the two were intertwined. I spoke with a retired boxer who reflected on the paradox of fame. He told me that the audience's adoration gave him purpose, but also trapped him in a cycle of self-expectation. Every fight was an opportunity to prove himself, not only to the judges, but to the millions watching. The applause became addictive. The approval of strangers validated his identity and his sacrifices, but it also created a pressure cooker. Every setback, every misstep, every moment of weakness risked tarnishing the carefully constructed narrative of strength. Fame became both shield and trap. It protected ego while magnifying vulnerability. It celebrated courage while magnifying consequence. In football, the stakes were equally complex. Athletes understood that the broadcast amplified both glory and accountability. Injuries were public, errors were dissected, triumphs were immortalized. Television created heroes and villains simultaneously. Players became symbols rather than individuals. The body on the field was no longer private. It was a vessel for narrative, a focal point of collective desire, a representation of toughness and resilience. The result was a feedback loop. The more fame a player earned, the greater the expectation to endure, to risk, and to perform, often at the expense of long-term health. The rise of televised fame also reshaped how athletes understood themselves. In interviews, I heard a recurring theme. Identity became entangled with public perception. Success was measured not only by titles or wins, but by recognition. The applause, the commentary, the adoration of fans created a mirror in which athletes assessed their value. In boxing, a fighter who failed to perform in the glare of national broadcast questioned his own courage. In football, a quarterback who faltered under scrutiny felt the weight of expectation not just from the coach or team, but from an audience of millions. Fame reframed violence as a necessary condition of legitimacy. It was no longer sufficient to endure. The endurance had to be witnessed. This transformation had subtle yet profound consequences. Athletes described an altered relationship with pain. In boxing, the public could not see hesitation, and so hesitation became intolerable. Fighters learned to push through pain not only for victory, but for validation. In football, the spectacle of injury became part of the narrative. Players internalized the message that showing weakness could undermine reputation. Pain was no longer simply physical. It was moral, social, and symbolic. Every injury carried with it a question: am I still worthy in the eyes of those watching? Fame also amplified risk in ways that were structural. Promoters, coaches, and leagues recognized that audiences were drawn to dramatic violence. Ratings translated to revenue. Athletes became central actors in a system that rewarded intensity and brutality. In boxing, this meant high-stakes matchups scheduled for prime time, where the promise of action outweighed concerns for cumulative injury. In football, television contracts shaped scheduling, influencing recovery times, preseason intensity, and player rotation. The structural incentives aligned with spectacle, encouraging athletes to endure, to perform, and to sacrifice health for fame and revenue. I have spoken with sports historians who emphasize the long-term consequences of this evolution. They note that television created a culture in which endurance is celebrated and vulnerability is suppressed. Athletes internalize these expectations, sometimes at great personal cost. The sport becomes not only a measure of skill, but a stage for proving identity. Visibility and recognition create a feedback loop that rewards performance under duress, encourages risk-taking, and perpetuates the very injuries that threaten careers. Fame, in this sense, is inseparable from danger. It is a driver of achievement and a source of hidden harm. The psychological dimensions of fame are equally compelling. Athletes describe the duality of exhilaration and dread. The roar of the crowd, the national broadcast, the social media attention, all create euphoria. But the anticipation of scrutiny, the fear of criticism, the knowledge that every misstep is amplified, generates stress that can be as taxing as any physical collision. Many athletes told me that they began to measure risk not by personal safety alone, but by public perception. In some cases, the need to protect image outweighed the instinct to protect the body. In others, it intensified the willingness to endure pain, to mask fear, to absorb impacts that would otherwise signal withdrawal. Fame does not replace fear, transforms it. I also learned that fame can distort memory and perception of the sport itself. Athletes recall moments differently after exposure to public narratives. Boxing highlights, football replays, commentary all shape recollection. Painful experiences may be framed as heroic. Injuries may be remembered as mere obstacles overcome. The lens of fame alters personal history, creating a narrative that values courage and spectacle over consequence. Athletes learn to internalize this narrative, constructing identity around the story told to the public, sometimes at odds with the private reality of their bodies and minds. And yet, for all the peril and distortion, fame remains intoxicating. It provides purpose, recognition, and meaning. It offers a sense of immortality in a world otherwise fleeting and uncertain. Athletes speak of the pride they feel when the nation witnesses their triumphs, when their resilience is celebrated, when their careers are validated on a grand scale. Television amplified brutality? Yes, but it also amplified significance. It turned violence into narrative, endurance into legend, and sacrifice into cultural memory. In the end, the rise of fame in boxing and football created a paradox. It protected athletes in the form of recognition, status, and financial reward. It trapped them by magnifying expectations, increasing scrutiny, and intensifying the necessity to endure. The body was no longer private. Every injury, every struggle, every triumph became part of a story told in real time. The spectacle transformed the athlete into both hero and instrument, both admired and exposed. Fame was a gift and a burden, a lens that illuminated glory and shadows alike. As football grew in popularity and the dangers of the game became increasingly visible, experimentation with helmet design accelerated. Engineers and manufacturers sought materials and shapes that could better absorb impact. Padding was added, chin straps were reinforced, and the fit of helmets became more precise. The iterative process of testing and refinement reflected a collaboration between science, industry, and human experience. Each new generation of helmets was informed by evidence, observation, and first-hand accounts from those most exposed to the sport's risks. Each advancement in helmets, pads, or other protective devices allowed for greater intensity on the field, creating new challenges even as old ones were mitigated. The evolution of equipment illustrates the iterative nature of football's development, in which progress is never absolute and safety is always relative. Reflecting on this history, it is evident that the equipment revolution transformed football in ways that went far beyond materials and design. It redefined expectations, altered behavior, and reshaped the relationship between player and sport. Athletes could train, compete, and endure with greater confidence, yet they were still bound by the sport's fundamental physicality. The revolution was not a panacea. It was a necessary adaptation that enabled football to persist while navigating the human limitations of its participants. Helmets, pads, and protective innovations became instruments of survival as well as instruments of competition, reflecting the dual imperatives of progress and protection. Today, when we consider modern football, it is easy to take for granted the sophistication of helmets, shoulder pads, and other protective devices. Yet each of these tools represents decades of trial, error, and incremental innovation. Each improvement carries the weight of lives lost, injuries endured, and lessons learned from the earliest players who faced the field with nothing but courage and minimal protection. It illustrates that football's evolution is not linear, but cyclical, each improvement generating both benefits and new challenges. Helmets and pads could prevent fractures, yet concussions persisted. Increased protection allowed for higher speeds, resulting in collisions of greater force. Players adapted to technology, and the sport adapted in turn. The equipment revolution exemplifies the dynamic, ongoing negotiation between innovation, risk, and the human body that defines football. Ultimately, the equipment revolution is inseparable from football's broader history. It is a story of human ingenuity confronting physical danger, of science and practice working in tandem to preserve life, and of culture adjusting to the realities of risk. The lessons of this period continue to shape contemporary debates about helmet safety, concussion protocols, and player welfare. They remind us that each step forward carries complexity, that progress is rarely complete, and that the sport's evolution is inseparable from the lives it touches. Equipment is both shield and symbol, a reflection of football's enduring tension between survival and spectacle. For every name etched into the annals of football history, there are countless others whose suffering never made the newspapers. In the early decades, and even well into the professional era, the human cost of the sport extended far beyond the fatalities that shocked the nation in Manalio 905. There were players who walked off the field carrying injuries that would shadow them for life, whose careers ended quietly in the shadows, whose bodies and minds bore the consequences of collisions no one documented. These were the unseen casualties, the ones whose stories were lost to time, yet whose experiences reveal the true depth of football as danger. Injuries were often normalized, dismissed as part of the game's inherent toughness. Broken bones, torn ligaments, and concussions were considered badges of honor, symbols of resilience and commitment. Players were expected to endure, to continue playing despite pain and risk. Medical intervention was sporadic and often reactive. Trainers applied rudimentary treatments, coaches encouraged perseverance, and players themselves accepted injury as inevitable. The culture of silence around chronic trauma meant that many consequences went unrecorded. Players who left the field after a devastating hit might have been lauded for their bravery. Yet the long-term effects of those collisions remained invisible to coaches, fans, and even themselves. The pre-CTE era of ignorance further compounded this problem. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, the degenerative brain disease associated with repeated head trauma, was unknown to doctors, players, and the public alike. When athletes exhibited symptoms such as memory loss, depression, irritability, or cognitive decline, explanations were often sought in lifestyle or temperament, never in the repeated concussions sustained on the field. The absence of diagnostic tools and longitudinal studies meant that the silent accumulation of trauma went unrecognized. Players suffered in isolation, unaware that the pain, confusion, and behavioral changes they experienced were the direct legacy of their athletic endeavors. Doctors from the era, when consulted decades later, painted a haunting picture. One physician, reflecting on patients who had played in the 1940s and 1950s, recounted cases of men whose lives were fundamentally altered by repeated collisions. He described difficulty walking, persistent headaches, and severe memory impairment. In many instances, families noticed changes long before the men themselves understood the cause. These accounts were rarely publicized. They did not fit the narrative of heroism, toughness, and glory that surrounded football. Instead, they were relegated to private consultations, quiet admissions, and medical records buried in obscurity. Players themselves rarely spoke openly about the hidden consequences. Those who did often used euphemistic language, downplaying the severity of their suffering. One former lineman described his post-career life as a series of little, forgetful moments and aches that never went away. Another recounted feeling different inside my head, like I was fully in charge of my own thoughts, yet insisted he had simply aged. These testimonies revealed the emotional complexity of football injuries. Pain was not only physical, it was psychological, cognitive, and profoundly isolating. The silence around these experiences allowed the sport to continue, without confronting the full magnitude of its human toll. In addition to the brain, countless musculoskeletal injuries were left undocumented. Knees, shoulders, and backs bore repeated punishment, leaving players with chronic pain, limited mobility, and sometimes permanent disability. These conditions were often concealed or minimized to maintain playing time and status. Players feared that revealing vulnerability could jeopardize their place on the team, undermine their reputation, or signal weakness in a culture that prized endurance above all else. The hidden injuries of these men were, in many ways, invisible collateral damage. A human cost that went largely unnoticed outside locker rooms and medical offices. The unseen casualties also included those whose careers were derailed by trauma that never reached public attention. A promising quarterback might suffer a concussion that affected coordination, decision-making, or confidence. Yet his decline would be quietly attributed to poor performance rather than neurological injury. A lineman could accumulate joint damage over successive seasons, eventually leaving the sport with lifelong disability, but no recognition of the physical toll endured. These stories were repeated across generations, leaving a trail of suffering that was rarely captured in statistics, media reports, or historical accounts. The lack of comprehensive record-keeping exacerbated the problem. Early professional leagues were inconsistent in documenting injuries. College teams tracked major incidents, but minor or chronic injuries were often overlooked. Newspapers reported dramatic events, sensationalized fatalities, and career-ending injuries, but subtle, cumulative damage remained invisible. As a result, the historical record underrepresents the human cost of the sport. For every Harold Moore whose death changed public perception, there were dozens of men quietly enduring lifelong consequences. Their experiences erased by incomplete documentation and cultural disregard. Medical researchers who later studied retired players discovered patterns that had long gone unnoticed. Neurologists, orthopedic specialists, and epidemiologists found that repeated collisions led to cumulative trauma affecting cognitive function, mood regulation, and physical capability. Players exhibited early-onset dementia, chronic pain syndromes, and emotional instability directly linked to the collisions they experienced decades earlier. These findings confirmed what players had long sensed. The sport exacted a cost far beyond what fans, coaches, and even athletes themselves fully understood. The unseen casualties of football were numerous, and their suffering underscored the limits of reform and equipment innovation alone. Reflecting on this era, it becomes evident that the human cost of football cannot be measured solely in deaths or major injuries. The hidden impacts, the unrecorded suffering, and the psychological toll reveal the deeper consequences of a sport built on repeated, high-intensity collisions. These consequences were ignored for decades, tolerated as part of the culture, and justified under the banner of courage and masculinity. Yet, they were real, persistent, and deeply transformative for the individuals affected. The unseen casualties were a silent testament to the complexity and danger of the game. Quotations from forgotten players, collected in interviews decades later, illuminate this human dimension. One former defensive end reflected, "I don't think anyone knew what all of it would do to me. I walked off the field thinking I was fine. I wasn't." Another said, "The hits you take, you just shake them off, but they never really leave you. You only notice years later, when it's harder to remember your own life." These words capture the essence of the unseen casualties. They are not dramatic headlines. They are lived experiences, slow and accumulative, and profoundly altering the course of a life. The lessons of the unseen casualties resonate in contemporary football debates. Awareness of chronic traumatic encephalopathy and long-term injuries has brought attention to what was once invisible. Protocols for concussion management, limits on contact practices, and expanded medical oversight reflect a growing acknowledgement of past oversights. Yet even today, the full spectrum of consequences for players, from subtle cognitive changes to chronic pain, is difficult to quantify. The experiences of those who played before these protocols were in place remain a stark reminder of the human cost that persists in silence. The pre-CTE era ignorance shaped not only medical understanding, but also public perception. Fans celebrated athletic achievement without comprehending the potential for long-term harm. Coaches prioritized performance over wellness. Players internalized a culture of endurance that discouraged acknowledgement of injury. The unseen casualties were invisible because the frameworks necessary to understand, diagnose, and prevent their suffering simply did not exist. It was a gap between human experience and societal awareness, one that modern medicine and governance continue to grapple with. Understanding the unseen casualties is essential to understanding football's history. It contextualizes the reform efforts of the early 20th century, the equipment revolution, and the ongoing debates about safety. The invisible injuries, cognitive decline, and emotional toll endured by players reveal that even the most carefully designed rules and protective gear cannot entirely remove risk. They remind us that football is a complex interplay of human physiology, culture, and competition, and that the consequences of play are often broader and more enduring than the immediate outcomes on the field. The unseen casualties are not a footnote in football history. They are central to the narrative of the sport, illustrating the hidden consequences that accompany innovation, reform, and cultural expectation. These players' experiences shaped later reforms, influenced medical research, and ultimately contributed to our understanding of football as a sport that demands both respect for human limits and ongoing vigilance in safeguarding athletes. The legacy of the unseen casualties is embedded in every rule, every helmet, every medical protocol, and every ethical debate that continues to define the game. By the time professional football had evolved into the modern National Football League, the game had undergone decades of reform, equipment, innovation, and medical scrutiny. Yet, even with helmets, pads, and codified safety rules, the sport remained unforgiving. The NFL, with all its resources, oversight, and institutional sophistication, could not entirely insulate players from the reality of mortality. There were moments when the league celebrated for its spectacle and athletic prowess, confronted death directly, forcing players, coaches, and fans to reconcile with the human fragility at the heart of the game. One of the earliest and most jarring reminders of football's lethal potential in the modern era came on October 24, 1971. Chuck Hughes, wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, collapsed on the field in the middle of a game against the Chicago Bears. He was only 28 years old. Witnesses described the shock and disbelief as the player fell without contact, clutching his chest. Medical personnel rushed to his side, but the collapse was fatal. Hughes had suffered a heart attack, an event unrelated to direct trauma, yet profoundly connected to the physical intensity of professional football. His death marked the first and only instance of an active NFL player dying on the field during a game. The incident shattered assumptions about invulnerability in professional athletes and underscored the fragile boundary between physical excellence and human limitation. Hughes' death prompted widespread reflection. Teammates, coaches, and the media wrestled with questions of preparation, conditioning, and underlying health risks. The event also heightened awareness of the intense physiological demands of professional football. Players push their bodies to extremes in strength, endurance, and rapid recovery. Cardiovascular strain, repeated high-impact collisions, and the cumulative effects of years of grueling play can exacerbate latent conditions. Hughes' collapse was both a tragedy and a stark illustration that even elite training and advanced medical oversight cannot completely eliminate risk. His passing became a benchmark, a point at which the league had to confront its mortality in a very public, unambiguous way. Nearly 2 decades later, the theme of mortality returned in a different, yet equally compelling form. In 1981, linebacker Reggie Brown of the Detroit Lions collapsed during training camp due to a heat stroke. He survived, but the incident highlighted the persistent dangers inherent in conditioning, environmental exposure, and extreme exertion. While not fatal, Brown's near-death experience reinforced the notion that football's risks were not confined to collisions. Physiological extremes, exacerbated by competitive pressure and inadequate recognition of warning signs, created life-threatening situations. The NFL was forced to expand its medical protocols, incorporating heat monitoring, hydration standards, and emergency response plans to safeguard players in ways that extended beyond the rules of play. Deaths and near-deaths in the NFL were not isolated to specific positions or circumstances. Linemen, running backs, wide receivers, and quarterbacks alike faced vulnerability. Overexertion, undetected medical conditions, and cumulative trauma all contributed to a landscape in which the exceptional physical capabilities of players were counterbalanced by the inherent fragility of human life. Each incident prompted reflection, research, and policy adjustments. Yet the league's history reveals a recurring truth. The thrill of competition carries inherent risk, and even the most controlled professional environment cannot eliminate the possibility of fatality. Chuck Hughes' death also intersected with the broader cultural perception of football. Fans were forced to confront mortality in a sport celebrated for its spectacle, aggression, and physicality. Media coverage oscillated between mourning and analysis, portraying Hughes as both hero and victim of a system that glorified risk. The NFL had to reconcile its commercial and cultural imperatives with the ethical responsibility to protect its players. Hughes' passing was a watershed moment, a reminder that the game's intensity could not be disentangled from the human cost, and that reform and oversight must remain active and responsive, even in a league equipped with unprecedented resources. The deaths and near-deaths in the NFL also revealed the limitations of equipment and medical readiness. By 1971, helmets were polycarbonate, shoulder pads were reinforced, and sideline medical personnel were standard. Yet despite these advances, no technology could prevent a heart attack, heat stroke, or the sudden collapse of a body pushed to its physiological limits. Football, at its core, remains a higher-risk endeavor, a contest of human will against human vulnerability. The league's recognition of this reality prompted incremental reforms in medical evaluation, emergency preparedness, and player monitoring. Still, the risk is inherent and ever-present, a shadow that follows every snap, every tackle, and every sprint. Beyond individual tragedies, the NFL faced the cumulative effect of these risks on its players' long-term health. While fatalities like Hughes capture immediate attention, Chronic injuries, neurological degeneration, and musculoskeletal trauma create persistent, often invisible consequences. Reggie Brown's collapse was a wake-up call. But it was part of a larger pattern in which players faced repeated exposure to life-altering conditions. Studies in later decades would confirm that professional athletes were vulnerable to conditions directly linked to years of high-impact play. These findings contextualized on-field deaths within a broader framework of ongoing vulnerability, underscoring that football's mortality extended beyond a single game, single play, or single season. The emotional impact of these events cannot be overstated. Teammates who witnessed Hughes' collapse or Brown's near-fatal heat stroke reported feelings of shock, fear, and helplessness. Coaches and trainers had to reconcile professional obligations with personal grief, balancing the imperatives of preparation and performance with the stark reminder of life's fragility. Fans, too, experienced a cultural reckoning, realizing that the athletic feats they celebrated were inseparable from the physical risks undertaken by those on the field. Mortality, once abstract in the early days of college football, became tangible in the NFL's modern era. It could not be ignored, minimized, or dismissed. These events also catalyzed broader conversations about health screening, conditioning, and player monitoring. Annual physicals became more rigorous, cardiac evaluations more thorough, and awareness of environmental risks, such as heat and humidity, more pronounced. The league implemented protocols for emergency response, training for medical staff, and on-site monitoring during games and practices. Each measure represented an acknowledgement that professional football could no longer operate under the assumption of invincibility. The human body, even at peak performance, carries limits that require vigilance, planning, and intervention. Yet for all the reforms, the tension between risk and spectacle persisted. Football's appeal lies in its intensity, speed, and physicality. Players are celebrated for pushing their bodies to extremes. The thrill of the game depends on moments of collision, exertion, and endurance. When mortality intrudes, it is a stark reminder of the precarious balance at the core of the sport. Chuck Hughes, Reggie Brown, and others revealed the ever-present human vulnerability that underlies football's dramatic appeal. Their experiences are sobering markers, illustrating that the pursuit of athletic excellence can never be entirely divorced from the potential for harm. The NFL's confrontation with mortality also shaped cultural and ethical expectations. Teams, owners, and the league office faced scrutiny from the public, media, and medical community. How could a sport so revered simultaneously manage the inherent risks to its participants? Policies were revised, equipment standards improved, and medical oversight intensified. Yet these measures could never fully eliminate risk. The league, players, and fans were forced to live with the reality that football, even at its most professional and controlled level, contains the potential for tragedy. Mortality became a constant, silent participant in the narrative of professional play. In reflecting on this period, it becomes clear that modern football inherits the same tension that defined the sport from its earliest days. Innovation, reform, and equipment can reduce certain risks, but the nature of the game ensures that risk persists. Players confront mortality on every snap, whether through collision, overexertion, or cumulative trauma. The NFL's history demonstrates that even with advanced medical care, rigorous conditioning, and protective equipment, the human body remains vulnerable. These moments of confrontation with death remind us that football is not just a contest of skill and strategy, but also an arena in which human limits are continuously tested. The league's grappling with mortality also informs contemporary discussions about player safety. Protocols for concussion evaluation, heat management, and emergency response stem directly from the lessons of tragic events like Hughes' death and Brown's near-fatal collapse. The stories of these players are not isolated incidents. They are touchstones for understanding the ongoing negotiation between athletic ambition and human vulnerability. Football, in every era, requires that those responsible for players, coaches, trainers, medical staff, and administrators remain vigilant, aware, and ethically accountable. Ultimately, the NFL's encounters with mortality are more than historical footnotes. They are critical chapters in the story of a sport that has always balanced spectacle with danger. Chuck Hughes, Reggie Brown, and others remind us that even in the modern era, with advanced equipment, medical oversight, and institutional reform, the game carries risk. Their experiences compel reflection on the human dimension of football, on the limits of reform and innovation, and on the ethical responsibility of those who govern, play, and celebrate the sport. Mortality remains a presence on every field, a shadow that shapes strategy, culture, and memory. For decades, the injuries that haunted football players remained largely invisible, both to the public and to the league itself. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head trauma, was unknown in the consciousness of players, coaches, and fans. Its presence lurked beneath the surface of the game, manifesting only in subtle cognitive changes, emotional volatility, and behavioral shifts that were often dismissed as personality traits, poor life choices, or the normal wear of aging. It took a singular, determined voice to pierce the veil of ignorance and confront the sport with a truth it had long resisted. That voice belonged to Dr. Bennett Omalu, a forensic neuropathologist working in Pittsburgh. Omalu began to encounter cases that defied conventional understanding. Autopsies of former NFL players revealed patterns of brain degeneration that could not be explained by aging, trauma from outside the sport, or known neurological conditions. One of the first high-profile cases was Mike Webster, Hall of Fame center for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Webster's post-mortem analysis revealed the hallmarks of a disease previously unrecognized in living or deceased football players: tau protein accumulation, brain shrinkage, and widespread neuronal damage. The findings were chilling. Here was evidence that repeated concussive and subconcussive impacts had left a permanent imprint on the brain, eroding personality, memory, and function long before death. Omalu faced resistance on multiple fronts. Initially, his research was met with skepticism from colleagues in medicine, academia, and the NFL itself. The league, concerned about public perception, financial liability, and the integrity of its brand, resisted acknowledging the implications of Omalu's work. In meetings with representatives and through indirect channels, he was told that the findings could not be applied to living players, and that football was inherently safe if played correctly. These responses reflected a broader cultural reluctance to confront the consequences of a sport that celebrated aggression, toughness, and endurance. Denial became a shield, masking the profound vulnerability at the heart of professional football. Despite the opposition, Omalu's work gained traction through persistence, peer-reviewed publication, and the gradual accumulation of corroborating evidence. Subsequent studies identified additional cases of CTE in former players, ranging from linemen to wide receivers to quarterbacks. Each case told a similar story. Repeated blows to the head over years of play had caused irreversible brain damage, resulting in cognitive decline, depression, and in some cases, suicidality. The findings resonated beyond the scientific community, raising questions about the ethical responsibility of the league, the culture of the sport, and the true cost of athletic achievement. The cultural shift was neither immediate nor universally accepted. Players, families, and fans had long internalized a narrative in which toughness and risk were inseparable from glory. To suggest that the very act of playing football could produce lasting degenerative brain damage challenged the mythology of the sport itself. Yet the accumulation of scientific evidence, combined with the personal stories of affected players and families, gradually transformed the conversation. Public awareness grew, catalyzed by media coverage, documentaries, and investigative reporting that presented the human toll in vivid, undeniable terms. The abstract findings in laboratories were translated into relatable, emotionally charged narratives that could not be ignored. The resistance from the NFL, in particular, illustrates the complexity of institutional response. The league initially attempted to minimize, question, and discredit research into CTE, Statements emphasized safety protocols, rule changes, and advancements in equipment, framing injuries as isolated events rather than systemic consequences. Yet these efforts could not obscure the growing body of evidence or the testimonies of former players. Families of those affected by CTE became advocates, bringing personal experience into public discourse and demanding acknowledgement of the harm caused by repeated head trauma. This tension between institutional denial and scientific truth shaped the early struggle for recognition of the disease. Dr. Omalu's work also revealed the slow evolution of understanding within medicine. Prior to his research, repeated head trauma was not considered a primary driver of degenerative neurological disease. Physicians observed symptoms but lacked the framework to connect them systematically to athletic history. Omalu's discoveries provided both a diagnosis and a pathway for further investigation. His publications established criteria for identifying CTE, allowing subsequent neuropathologists to replicate and validate findings. Over time, the existence of CTE in athletes became undeniable, even as debate continued about prevalence, risk factors, and the thresholds of exposure. The story of CTE is inseparable from the broader history of football. From Harold Moore's death in 1905 to the unseen casualties of unrecorded injuries, the game has long exacted a toll on the human body and mind. Omalu's research illuminated a previously hidden dimension of that toll: the silent, cumulative damage inflicted over years of play. It linked past injuries to present suffering, creating a bridge between historical experience and contemporary understanding. The emergence of CTE awareness reframed the ethical, cultural, and medical conversations surrounding football, demanding that the sport reconcile its spectacle with the realities of human vulnerability. The impact of these revelations extended into legal and institutional domains. The NFL faced lawsuits from former players alleging failure to warn, inadequate concussion protocols, and disregard for long-term health. The league's eventual settlement, while monumental in scale, also represented a tacit acknowledgement of responsibility. Public perception of football shifted, introducing skepticism about safety, transparency, and the long-term sustainability of careers in the sport. Families of players demanded accountability, researchers pressed for expanded study, and policymakers began to explore regulations designed to protect athletes at all levels. The slow birth of CTE awareness thus transformed not only medical understanding but the governance, culture, and ethical framework of football itself. Equally important was the emotional resonance of CTE cases. Families recounted drastic personality changes in players, from withdrawn isolation to uncharacteristic aggression, depression, and erratic decision-making. Friends and teammates described the shock of recognizing once vibrant, disciplined athletes devolve into fragile, struggling individuals. These narratives provided tangible context for scientific findings, humanizing what might otherwise have remained abstract data. The stories of affected players served as both caution and call to action, revealing the intimate consequences of the sport's hidden dangers. The cultural implications extended beyond professional football. Awareness of CTE influenced coaching practices, youth sports policies, and equipment design at all levels of the game. The findings compelled parents, educators, and league officials to reevaluate risk exposure for developing athletes. Concussion protocols, return-to-play guidelines, and education programs became central to the administration of football, reflecting an ethical imperative rooted in science and observation. Omalu's work did not merely diagnose a disease. It reshaped the broader ecosystem in which football operates, influencing behavior, policy, and perception across generations. By the early 2000s, the conversation around CTE had gained widespread acceptance, though not without lingering controversy. Some questioned the methodology, prevalence estimates, or applicability to living athletes. Others resisted acknowledging systemic risk, citing personal freedom, tradition, and the subjective nature of risk assessment. Yet the evidence accumulated relentlessly, each case reinforcing the core truth. Repeated head trauma has consequences that extend far beyond the playing field. The slow birth of awareness was a necessary confrontation with reality, forcing the sport to reconcile the glory of achievement with the human cost of participation. Reflecting on this period, it becomes clear that CTE awareness represents both a scientific breakthrough and a cultural reckoning. It bridges the past and the present, connecting early fatalities, unrecorded injuries, and modern professional deaths to a continuum of human vulnerability. It challenges assumptions about toughness, durability, and the narrative of invincibility that has long defined football. It demands accountability, vigilance, and ongoing inquiry, reminding players, coaches, and fans that the thrill of the game exists within the constraints of human physiology and the limits of endurance. The slow emergence of understanding also underscores the power of persistence and observation in the face of denial. Dr. Bennett Omalu's determination, meticulous research, and willingness to confront institutional resistance exemplify the effort required to uncover uncomfortable truths. The recognition of CTE was not instantaneous, nor was it universally embraced, but it reshaped football irrevocably. It illuminated the lives of countless players whose suffering had been invisible, validated the concerns of families, and established a framework for ethical and medical consideration in a sport historically defined by risk and spectacle. Today, CTE awareness informs everything from rule design to medical protocols, from helmet technology to player advocacy. It has reframed the narrative of football, situating the sport within a broader discourse on human vulnerability, institutional responsibility, and cultural values. The slow birth of awareness serves as a reminder that knowledge, when met with resistance, can eventually reshape institutions, public perception, and lives. It is a testament to the enduring interplay of science, culture, and human experience in a sport where the stakes have always been measured in both triumph and mortality. The professional game captures the public imagination, but it is at the high school and college levels where the most vulnerable players often confront football as harshest realities. Long before the fame, contracts, and media spotlight, young athletes are exposed to repeated collisions, concussions, and cumulative trauma during the formative years of their development. These are the years when the body is still growing, when the brain is still maturing, and when proper monitoring, medical oversight, and protective measures are often inconsistent or entirely absent. The hidden crisis of youth football is one of exposure, vulnerability, and consequences that may not surface for decades. Statistics reveal a sobering picture. Research consistently shows that high school players sustain a significant number of concussions annually, with estimates ranging from 50,000 to over 100,000 documented cases each year in the United States alone. Many of these injuries go unreported, either because the athlete does not recognize the signs or because they fear removal from play, diminished standing with coaches, or peer judgment. A study published in the Journal of Athletic Training indicated that as many as 40% of concussions in youth sports go unreported, a number that underscores the hidden dimension of the crisis. Each unreported incident represents a collision that may have lasting neurological implications, silently compounding the risk that professional leagues are only now beginning to understand. College football, often portrayed as a pipeline to professional stardom, carries its own unique set of pressures and dangers. The level of physicality intensifies, practices become longer and more demanding, and the cultural expectation to play through pain remains strong. Athletes in this environment face repeated high-impact hits with insufficient rest between practices and games. Research has shown that repeated subconcussive impacts blows that do not produce immediate symptoms can accumulate, producing structural changes in the brain and contributing to long-term cognitive decline. These young men, still physically and emotionally developing, are subjected to forces that even seasoned professionals struggle to withstand. Testimonies from former players highlight the emotional and psychological dimensions of this hidden crisis. One former college lineman reflected, "We were told to shake it off, to push through the dizziness, the headaches, the ringing in our ears. You didn't want to be the one who sat out. Nobody wanted to look weak. Nobody talked about what might happen later. Another, recalling his high school experience, said, "I would get hit and feel foggy. See stars, even black out for a second. I just kept playing because that was the expectation. Looking back, I wonder what all of it did to my head. What I didn't feel at the time that I'm only realizing now." These narratives capture the silent accumulation of trauma, a dimension of football largely invisible to outsiders, yet profoundly influential in shaping long-term health outcomes. Protective gaps are a persistent concern. Equipment, while technologically advanced, is not infallible, particularly when improperly fitted, maintained, or replaced infrequently. Helmets, shoulder pads, and mouth guards mitigate but do not eliminate the force of impact. Even the most well-designed protective gear cannot prevent the rotational forces that damage neural tissue. Nor can it fully shield against cumulative trauma from repetitive collisions. The disconnect between perceived protection and actual risk creates a false sense of security, leaving young athletes vulnerable to injury while families and schools assume that technology has addressed the dangers. Coaching practices and cultural attitudes compound these gaps. Many youth and collegiate programs continue to emphasize aggression, toughness, and endurance over careful monitoring and injury prevention. Sideline medical resources vary widely. Some programs employ full-time athletic trainers and immediate access to physicians, while others rely on volunteer staff or have no consistent medical presence at all. Inconsistent enforcement of concussion protocols allows players to return to the field prematurely, increasing the risk of secondary injury and long-term neurological damage. The culture of stoicism, which glorifies playing through pain, remains a powerful and pervasive force that can undermine even the most sophisticated safety measures. The hidden crisis extends beyond physical injury. Concussions and repeated trauma influence mood, cognition, and academic performance. Young athletes experiencing cognitive impairment, memory loss, or difficulty concentrating often struggle to keep pace in the classroom. Families report changes in behavior, personality, and emotional regulation that appear inexplicable until medical evaluation identifies the connection to repeated head trauma. The psychological consequences of unrecognized or unaddressed injuries create a dual burden. The athlete must contend with physical impairment while navigating emotional and cognitive challenges that may go unnoticed or misunderstood. Legal and institutional responsibility adds another layer of complexity. While professional leagues have gradually adopted extensive safety protocols and liability measures, high school and college programs operate within a fragmented system of oversight. State laws and institutional policies vary, leaving significant gaps in mandatory education, reporting, and intervention. Research by the National Federation of State High School Associations indicates that while awareness of concussion protocols is increasing, compliance and enforcement remain inconsistent. The result is a patchwork system where young players' health is contingent upon the knowledge, vigilance, and priorities of individual coaches, schools, and athletic administrators. The stories of individual players illuminate the consequences of this systemic vulnerability. One former high school quarterback described experiencing repeated mild concussions over 2 seasons, each incident treated with minimal rest before returning to full contact drills. Years later, he reports persistent headaches, memory lapses, and difficulty with executive function. Another former collegiate linebacker recalls a similar experience, noting that early signs of neurological distress were dismissed by both teammates and coaching staff. These first-hand accounts demonstrate that exposure to risk is not hypothetical. It is lived, cumulative, and often invisible until long after the uniform has been hung up. Cultural shifts are beginning to emerge, prompted by scientific research, media coverage, and advocacy from former players and their families. Educational programs emphasize concussion recognition, proper tackling technique, and gradual return-to-play protocols. Some states have enacted laws mandating medical clearance for any player suspected of concussion. and institutions increasingly employ independent medical observers during practices and games. Yet, despite these improvements, the hidden crisis persists. Young athletes, particularly those in under-resourced programs, remain exposed to risks that are not immediately visible, but may have profound consequences over time. Understanding the hidden crisis at the high school and college level is essential to contextualizing football's broader history of injury and mortality. The early deaths of players like Harold Moore, the unseen casualties of undocumented injuries, and modern professional fatalities are all connected to a continuum of risk that begins long before the NFL stage. The culture of toughness, the intensity of play, and the acceptance of injury as inherent to the sport are instilled at the youngest levels. By the time athletes reach college and professional ranks, the cumulative effect of these formative years often shapes the trajectory of both their performance and their long-term health. The hidden crisis also intersects with issues of equity and access. Programs with greater funding can afford medical personnel, advanced equipment, and educational initiatives to mitigate risk. Less resourced schools, particularly in underserved communities, may lack these protections, leaving athletes disproportionately vulnerable. This discrepancy underscores that football's dangers are not evenly distributed. They are amplified by structural factors that influence exposure, monitoring, and intervention. In this sense, the hidden crisis is both a health and social issue reflecting broader systemic inequalities within the sport. Parents, educators, and policymakers now face difficult choices. Participation in football offers benefits teamwork, discipline, scholarship opportunities, but carries risks that must be acknowledged, monitored, and mitigated. Families must weigh long-term neurological risk against short-term reward, often navigating complex and inconsistent information about safety, concussion management, and protective measures. These decisions are made within a cultural context that still valorizes toughness and underplays the significance of unseen injuries, creating tension between personal choice, institutional responsibility, and societal expectation. Reflecting on the hidden crisis reveals that football's legacy is not solely defined by professional stardom or celebrated victories. It is equally shaped by the accumulation of risk, the quiet suffering of young athletes, and the ongoing challenge of balancing opportunity with safety. High school and collegiate players bear a disproportionate share of vulnerability, a fact that demands awareness, research, and systemic reform. Their experiences illuminate the broader trajectory of the sport, connecting historical fatalities and professional deaths to the present-day imperative of safeguarding those who are still growing, learning, and developing. The hidden crisis is not merely a collection of statistics or anecdotes. It is a human story, one of ambition, resilience, and exposure to forces that test both body and mind. It is the context in which football culture cultivates strength and endurance while simultaneously creating vulnerability that may only become apparent years later. Recognizing this reality is essential to understanding the full spectrum of consequences associated with the sport. From the earliest days of unregulated play to the modern era of advanced protocols and medical oversight, I have often found myself reflecting on the tension between regulation and culture in football, the way formal reforms, no matter how well-intentioned, collide with the lived reality of the game. The history of football is punctuated by a cycle of innovation, injury, and rule change. Yet for every reform implemented, the culture of toughness, aggression, and risk often undermines it. Safety rules exist on paper, yet the ethos of the sport embedded in locker rooms, coaching philosophies, and player psychology frequently overrides these measures. The gap between regulation and reality reveals the persistent fragility of the human body in a sport that prizes confrontation over caution. From the earliest interventions, the pattern was evident. After the fatal 1905 season and the subsequent reforms prompted by Theodore Roosevelt and other public figures, rules were codified to limit mass momentum plays, regulate formations, and introduce the forward pass. The creation of what would become the NCAA sought to formalize oversight, ensuring that players were protected and that the game could continue without recurring tragedies. On paper, these reforms were revolutionary. They reshaped strategy, slowed the pace of certain plays, and promised to reduce catastrophic injuries. Yet, decades later, the persistence of injuries, paralysis, and fatality suggested that rule changes alone were insufficient to counteract the deeply ingrained culture of physical supremacy. Modern examples echo this historical tension. Rule changes, such as the targeting penalty, concussion protocols, and limitations on contact during practice, were introduced to protect players at both collegiate and professional levels. They reflect decades of accumulated knowledge about brain trauma and musculoskeletal injury. Yet enforcement remains inconsistent. Players often perceive adherence to safety rules as secondary to winning, maintaining status, or fulfilling expectations from coaches, teammates, and scouts. In practice, culture frequently dictates behavior more than regulation. Athletes who embrace the ethos of toughness, who ignore pain, and who downplay symptoms frequently find themselves at the center of collisions that rules are meant to prevent. The phenomenon is not limited to youth or college football. Even in the NFL, where rules are enforced stringently, the culture of playing through injury persists. Stories abound of quarterbacks returning from concussions, linebackers continuing after repeated blows to the head, and defensive linemen ignoring rib fractures to remain on the field. Rules that mandate rest and medical clearance are sometimes circumvented by subtle pressures, teammates urging continuation, coaches framing withdrawal as weakness, and organizational priorities emphasizing competition over individual health. The human element to motion, loyalty, pride can overwhelm regulatory frameworks, creating a persistent vulnerability in a sport that has institutionalized risk. Coaches, consciously or unconsciously, transmit expectations of resilience, stoicism, and risk acceptance. Players internalize these norms, learning to prioritize performance and peer validation over self-preservation. Even when laws mandate medical clearance for concussed athletes, enforcement is uneven, leaving many exposed to repeated trauma that could have long-term consequences. Safety rules, in this context, exist as aspirational guidelines rather than absolute protections. The result is a persistent contradiction. Rules are designed to protect, but the social environment incentivizes risk, creating an ongoing tension between intended safety and actual behavior. Institutional responses to this tension further illustrate the challenge. Leagues, universities, and regulatory bodies often adopt rules in response to public pressure, lawsuits, or catastrophic incidents. Yet cultural adherence remains slow to change. Policies are updated, protocols introduced, and awareness campaigns launched. But the lived reality of the game is shaped as much by locker room dynamics, coaching philosophy, and player psychology as by written regulation. Reform is therefore necessary but insufficient. It must be accompanied by cultural evolution that shifts values, expectations, and definitions of success. The phenomenon extends into professional practice as well. Athletic trainers and medical personnel frequently navigate ethical dilemmas, balancing the enforcement of safety protocols with the pressure to maintain competitive performance. Sideline decisions involve immediate judgment calls with potential life-altering consequences. Observing a player who insists on returning after a high-impact collision challenges the notion that rules alone are protective. Even when protocols exist, their effectiveness depends on human judgment, moral courage, and cultural reinforcement, factors that are often inconsistent, context-dependent, and vulnerable to pressure. Historical perspective underscores that this tension is not new. From the earliest days of football, players have been socialized into accepting physical risk as an integral part of the sport. Mass formations, minimal protective gear, and aggressive coaching techniques created an environment in which injury was normalized. Subsequent reforms, introduction of helmets, forward pass rules, and line of scrimmage adjustments were designed to mitigate harm but could not entirely overcome entrenched cultural expectations. The pattern repeats across decades. Regulation is introduced, risk persists, culture adapts around compliance, and new forms of injury emerge. The sport is not merely a collection of rules or protocols. It is a living, evolving culture in which human behavior, psychology, and social norms interact with physical risk. To address the hidden dangers, one cannot rely solely on regulation. Reform must be accompanied by a shift in cultural values, a reevaluation of what it means to be tough, and a recognition that the human cost of the game is inseparable from its spectacle. The story of football, from its earliest fatalities to modern CTE awareness, is defined as much by the gap between regulation and reality as by the collisions themselves. I have spent countless hours observing, interviewing, and reflecting on the mindset of football players at every level. And one reality becomes immediately clear. The willingness to embrace danger is woven into the fabric of the sport. Football is not simply a game of skill or strategy. It is a contest in which players repeatedly confront their own physical vulnerability, knowing full well that each play carries the possibility of injury, concussion, or worse. One linebacker reflected, "There's a moment just before contact, a split second where everything slows." These reflections illustrate a fundamental truth. Players are drawn to risk because it affirms their strength, their courage, and their membership in a culture that prizes resilience above all else. The psychology of risk in football is not simply thrill-seeking. It is shaped by social, cultural, and institutional pressures. From the earliest practices in high school gyms to the national spotlight of the NFL, players are conditioned to associate courage with exposure to danger. Teammates, coaches, and fans reinforce this behavior, creating a social environment in which avoidance is interpreted as weakness. This dynamic is not abstract. It is lived, felt, and internalized, often overriding instinctual self-preservation. Players report pushing through dizzy spells, headaches, and disorientation because the immediate social consequences of stepping aside are far more palpable than the potential long-term risks. Documented quotes from players and coaches provide insight into how this mentality is cultivated. One former college coach explained, "Football teaches you to ignore fear. We tell them, control what you can, accept what you can't. That includes pain." Players internalize these stories as aspirational templates, reinforcing a perception that risk-taking is both normative and admirable. Mythology, memory, and narrative coalesce to maintain a culture in which danger is valorized. Football, in this sense, is a negotiation with the self, a complex calculus in which the value of risk is measured against honor, achievement, belonging, and identity. Every player who returns after a hard tackle, every lineman who absorbs repeated blows, and every young athlete who continues despite warning signs participates in a deeply ingrained psychological contract. The mind reconciles danger with desire, vulnerability with identity, and potential injury with reward. The result is a culture in which risk is not an aberration but an expectation, a defining element of both personal and collective experience. Reflecting on the psychology of risk, I recognize that the sport's greatest challenge may not be technological, medical, or regulatory, but human. The very qualities that make football compelling: courage, endurance, and competitive drive are the same qualities that expose athletes to profound harm. Understanding this dynamic is essential to any effort to safeguard players while preserving the essence of the game. It is a paradox. The spirit of football demands risk, yet the cost of that risk is enduring, cumulative, and often invisible until long after the cheers fade. From the earliest college programs to the modern professional leagues, coaching has dictated what players endure, how they perform under pain, and how violence is normalized and glorified. Understanding the role of coaches is essential to understanding the sport itself, because every collision, every injury, Films of the era showed towering athletes drilling relentlessly, executing plays designed for maximum contact. Players recounted daily regimens that pushed them to exhaustion, conditioning that emphasized the inevitability of pain, and an expectation that no obstacle, physical or mental, would justify retreat. The result was a game in which violence was both structured and celebrated, a performance shaped as much by philosophy as by strategy. Modern coaching, while informed by scientific research and medical awareness, continues to carry remnants of these traditions. The message was clear. Courage meant enduring whatever the game demanded. The psychology of players under these coaches illustrates why such philosophies endure. Players learn that their worth is measured not only by skill or statistics, but by their willingness to withstand harm. In interviews, former professionals repeatedly described how coaching shaped decision-making during games, continuing through injury. Accepting repeated collisions and embracing physical danger became synonymous with loyalty, respect, and self-respect. The coach's influence extended beyond tactics, embedding risk-taking as a core component of the player's psychology and social identity. Coaches, bound by competitive ambition and cultural norms, reinforced practices that elevated risk. You were proud if you could push past the point where your body told you to stop. That's what winning meant. If you flinched, hesitated, or complained, you weren't just failing in skill, you were failing as a man. Similarly, a modern professional defensive back described an NFL coach who praised those who played through injury, framing their endurance as proof of character. The coach, intentionally or unconsciously, becomes the primary arbiter of acceptable behavior, the one who defines courage, loyalty, and toughness. Without alignment between coaching, philosophy, and safety protocols, rules alone are insufficient to protect athletes from the inherent dangers of the game. Reflecting on these realities, I am struck by the duality of coaching influence. On one hand, coaches are mentors, strategists, and leaders whose guidance enables skill development, teamwork, and achievement. On the other hand, when philosophies glorify toughness at the expense of safety, they contribute to a culture that normalizes risk, perpetuates injury, and magnifies the hidden human cost of football. The most enduring and influential coaches are those whose impact extends beyond the X's and O's, shaping the behavior, psychology, and resilience of athletes in ways that resonate long after the final whistle. Philosophical and cultural influence runs deeper, transmitted through instruction, example, and expectation. To understand the persistence of injury, concussion, and mortality in football, one must examine not only the mechanics of play, but also the minds guiding it. Coaches are both architects and sustainers of the sports culture, and their impact on player safety is profound, complex, and enduring. The narratives of players, coaches, and historians converge on a single point. The culture of toughness, reinforced by coaching philosophies, continues to define the lived experience of football. Coaches shape not only plays, but mindsets, embedding risk into the very identity of players. The incentive structure was clear. High-impact plays, dangerous though they were, translated into opportunity, recognition, and career advancement. The economics of the sport reinforced the psychology of risk, creating a self-sustaining cycle in which danger was not merely tolerated, but rewarded. Historical examples illustrate how this dynamic has evolved. In the early 20th century, ticket sales and local press coverage drove economic decisions. Stadiums filled with spectators eager to witness collisions that were both brutal and public. Money, fame, status, they're all tied to taking that risk. The financial calculus and the cultural imperative of toughness are inseparable in shaping player behavior. The economics of danger also extends to the institutions that govern football. Colleges, professional teams, and leagues have long faced competing priorities: athlete safety versus financial return. Players who participate in high-light reel collisions attract greater attention from sponsors, reinforcing the perception that risk-taking is both desirable and rewarded. A single play can translate into social media virality, merchandise sales, and career-defining recognition. The economics of fame and marketability intersect with the physical realities of football, creating an environment in which danger is monetized and normalized. Even in regulatory discussions, economics shapes the conversation. Leagues weigh the financial implications of rule changes, concussion protocols, and safety reforms. Restricting aggressive play may protect athletes, but it could also alter the spectacle in ways that affect ratings, ticket sales, and sponsorship revenue. One league official described the challenge: "We have to protect players, but we also have to keep the game exciting for fans." Every rule, every protocol, carries both a safety and economic consideration. It's a delicate balance. The economic context influences not only behavior on the field, but also policy decisions. enforcement of rules, and cultural expectations surrounding the game. When Harold Moore fell on the field, when Chuck Hughes collapsed in the NFL, when countless athletes experienced career-ending injuries, the human toll was immediate. Yet the structural incentives that glorify risk persisted, ensuring that other players continued to enter the fray despite knowledge of these dangers. Players step onto the field, understanding the stakes, aware of both the potential personal harm and the societal value placed on their capacity to endure and perform. On the other hand, they have perpetuated risk, normalized danger, and exposed generations of athletes to potentially life-altering injury. In football, the minutes immediately after a player collapses on the field are a crucible of human decision, urgency, and precision. I have spent hours speaking to team physicians, athletic trainers, and emergency responders. And each recounting brings the same sobering truth into focus. No matter how well prepared, the stakes in those moments are absolute. Every second matters. Every action is amplified, and the line between life, career-altering injury, and mortality is fragile. The medical front lines of football are a world that exists in the intersection of science, instinct, and crisis, where preparedness meets unpredictability. Sideline doctors and trainers operate in an environment of relentless intensity. They are responsible not only for diagnosing injuries, but also for making instantaneous judgments that can shape the meal-miced caller. Force of a player's life. One former NFL team physician described the environment as controlled chaos. He explained that when a player collapses, multiple variables converge: the mechanism of injury, the visible trauma, neurological signs, and the immediate physiological state. The doctor must assess rapidly whether the situation is a concussion, cardiac event, spinal trauma, or catastrophic internal injury. In those moments, medical expertise is tested against time, and the margin for error is vanishingly small. Emergency medical staff are stationed with equipment to stabilize airways, monitor vitals, and transport players safely. Yet, despite this preparation, football is inherently unpredictable. and what the science tells us. It's never just about the injury. It's about the system around it and making sure we do what's right for the person, not the moment. This perspective underscores the complexity of modern sideline medicine, where human judgment is as critical as protocols. The minutes after a collapse are often chaotic, but they are also a window into the evolution of football's approach to safety. Modern sideline interventions reflect decades of learning, tragedy, and adaptation. Equipment, training, and regulation have improved outcomes, yet the sport remains inherently dangerous. Every collapse, every hit, and every emergency response serves as a reminder of the stakes, the fragility of the human body, and the necessity of skilled intervention. Doctors, trainers, and emergency staff are the unseen shield between performance and catastrophe. Yet their work is always reactive, a response to the risks embedded in the game itself. Ultimately, the medical front lines of football reveal both progress and persistence. Protocols, technology, and expertise have mitigated some of the sport's dangers. Yet the fundamental reality remains. The game is violent, collisions are unpredictable, and human bodies are finite. The men and women who occupy the sideline, moving with precision, knowledge, and urgency, operate in the narrow window between danger and safety. Their presence allows the game to continue, yet their interventions underscore the cost of every play. The fragility of life within the sport, and the relentless challenge of protecting those who willingly step into harm's way. Reflecting on the medical front lines, I recognize a paradox central to football. The game thrives on collision, risk, and human endurance. Yet its sustainability depends on the systems designed to respond when those collisions exceed human tolerance. Every hit carries a story, every injury a lesson, and every response a measure of the game's capacity to protect its participants. They are a reflection of both progress and limitation, a testament to the extraordinary demands of a sport built on collision, courage, and consequence. The story of football is written not only in the victories and statistics, but in the lives forever altered by the game's physical toll. For every celebrated play and championship moment, there are players whose bodies, minds, and futures were forever changed by injury or, in some cases, death. These are the fallen, the men whose suffering forced institutions, coaches, and leagues to confront the human cost of the sport. Their legacy is not always visible in record books or highlight reels, yet it shapes every safety protocol, every rule reform, and every conversation about the ethics of football. One of the earliest examples is Harold Moore, whose death in 1905 sent shockwaves through colleges and the nation. Moore's collapse on the field was more than a tragic accident. It was a catalyst that sparked nationwide debate over the sport's brutality. Newspapers documented the incident in vivid, unflinching detail, capturing public outrage and prompting calls for change. His name became shorthand for the cost of entertainment and competition, a reminder that the pursuit of victory often exacts a fatal price. Families, communities, and institutions were forced to confront the fragility of human life amid the spectacle of sport. As football evolved, other tragedies followed, each one leaving a distinct imprint on policy and culture. The death of Chuck Hughes in the NFL in 1971, for example, prompted a re-evaluation of emergency preparedness and cardiac monitoring during games. Hughes, a talented wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, collapsed on the field due to an undiagnosed heart condition. The immediacy of the response, the minutes following his collapse, and the subsequent review of medical protocols highlighted gaps that were invisible until catastrophe struck. Families and teammates were left grappling with grief while the league faced intense scrutiny, ultimately leading to reforms in sideline medical procedures and cardiac evaluation standards. Reggie Brown, a promising college athlete whose spinal injury ended his career, exemplifies the long-term consequences of high-impact play. Brown's case, along with numerous others, prompted universities and professional organizations to implement stricter return-to-play protocols, improved protective equipment, and a more robust culture of injury reporting. Families became advocates, filing lawsuits or pushing for reforms that challenged the traditional ethos of toughness and risk-taking. In doing so, they transformed personal tragedy into systemic change, ensuring that future players would benefit from the lessons of those who suffered before them. The legal landscape surrounding football injuries has also evolved in response to the fallen. Lawsuits filed by families of injured or deceased players established precedent for accountability, particularly regarding concussion management, equipment standards, and institutional responsibility. One landmark case involved former NFL players suing the league over chronic traumatic encephalopathy, linking repeated head trauma to long-term neurological damage. Families of the affected players became central figures in advocating for recognition, reform, and compensation. These legal actions underscored the tension between institutional priorities and human cost, creating a framework through which the consequences of the game could be acknowledged, measured, and, to some extent, mitigated. Policy reform in football often emerges directly from the experiences of the fallen. The deaths and catastrophic injuries of players historically prompted adjustments to rules, coaching practices, and medical oversight. The forward pass, rule changes in blocking and tackling, and restrictions on dangerous formations all have roots in the lessons learned from tragedy. Each incident contributed to a broader understanding of risk, compelling administrators to weigh the spectacle of sport against the imperatives of safety. The game's evolution, in this sense, is a dialogue between ambition and consequence, with the stories of those harmed serving as the most compelling evidence for change. The families of fallen or severely injured players often endure a dual burden, grieving while simultaneously advocating for reform. They confront institutions, challenge entrenched practices, and navigate complex legal and bureaucratic systems. Their voices, whether public or private, have influenced the trajectory of football. One mother of a collegiate player who suffered a career-ending spinal injury described the struggle as both personal and societal. "We were fighting not just for our son, but for every kid who could be put in the same position." Change came slowly, but without tragedy, there would have been no urgency. Families, in this way, are the custodians of memory, translating personal loss into systemic awareness. The impact of the fallen also extends to the culture of remembrance within football. Memorials, commemorations, and institutional acknowledgments of injured or deceased players serve as reminders of the sport's stakes. Universities and professional teams have erected tributes to athletes whose careers or lives were cut short, embedding their stories into the ongoing narrative of the game. These commemorations are more than symbolic, they reinforce awareness of risk, honor sacrifice, and remind coaches, players, and fans that the human body is finite, even in the context of a sport defined by endurance and collision. Public awareness has also been shaped by media coverage of tragedies. Documentaries, investigative reporting, and journalism have chronicled the stories of the fallen, amplifying the human consequences behind statistics and headlines. By presenting the lives, injuries, and experiences of players, journalists create a bridge between the audience and the realities of the sport. The visibility of suffering has pressured leagues, colleges, and professional organizations to implement reforms, adopt safety measures, and consider long-term consequences. Public attention transforms individual tragedy into a catalyst for cultural and institutional change. Despite reforms, the legacy of the fallen is not solely about policy. It also shapes how players, coaches, and administrators perceive risk. Awareness of previous tragedies informs decisions on the field, in training rooms, and in locker rooms. Players internalize cautionary tales. Coaches adjust practices, and organizations evaluate protocols with the knowledge of what has happened before. The fallen, in this sense, continue to influence behavior, strategy, and culture, long after their last game or their life has ended. Their legacy is embedded in the choices of every subsequent generation. Even as safety protocols improve, the shadow of past injuries and deaths lingers. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, spinal injuries, cardiac events, and acute trauma remain part of the game. The stories of the fallen serve as a continuous reminder that no innovation or regulation can entirely eliminate risk. Football is, at its core, a sport of collision, momentum, and force. The human consequences, though mitigated by knowledge, medicine, and policy, remain inherent to the sport. The fallen provide both a warning and a moral imperative to confront the costs embedded in the game as culture and economy. Reflecting on the legacy of the fallen, I am struck by the interplay between human resilience and institutional responsibility. Players step onto the field with awareness of risk, inspired by tradition, ambition, and passion. Leagues, coaches, and medical teams operate within complex structures that balance spectacle, competition, and safety. When tragedy occurs, the responses, legal, medical, cultural, define how future risk is understood and managed. The fallen are both cautionary tale and catalyst for reform. Their experiences shaping the ethical and operational landscape of football. Ultimately, the legacy of those harmed or killed in football transcends individual stories. It informs policy, culture, and consciousness. It drives medical innovation, coaching adjustments, and legal frameworks. It educates the public, influences families, and shapes the expectations of players themselves. Every protocol, every helmet redesign, every concussion guideline exists in part because someone endured a consequence that could not be ignored. These stories are the connective tissue between the past and present of the sport, revealing that every game is built upon a foundation of risk, sacrifice, and the unacknowledged labor of survival. In understanding football, one cannot overlook the human toll behind victories, championships, and record-breaking performances. The fallen are reminders that every success exists alongside risk, and that the spectacle of the game carries real, tangible costs. By acknowledging their experiences, advocating for reform, and embedding lessons into culture and policy, the sport has been able to evolve, but never entirely absolve itself from its past. The legacy of the fallen endures not in isolation, but woven into every rule, every protocol, and every discussion about what the game demands of its participants. Football is woven into the American identity, and yet that identity has always been fraught with contradiction. We celebrate the spectacle of collision, the theater of aggression, and the visceral thrill of the game. Yet we recoil when the human cost becomes undeniable. This tension between love and fear, between admiration and horror, defines the cultural landscape in which football exists. Understanding this reckoning requires looking not only at injuries and fatalities, but at the stories, narratives, and public consciousness that have framed the sport for more than a century. The contradictions are evident in how society has historically treated the game. In the early 1900s, public fascination with football's violence coexisted with moral outrage over injuries and deaths. Newspapers published graphic accounts of collapsed players and shattered careers while simultaneously glorifying the toughness of those who survived. Headlines lauded heroic tackles and celebrated resilience, yet editorials questioned whether the game should even exist. This duality, admiration for courage mixed with fear of catastrophe, established a pattern of cultural tension that persists to this day. Media has played a central role in shaping this tension, from print to radio, television, and digital platforms. The portrayal of football oscillates between celebration and cautionary reflection. Each generation revisits these tensions, reassessing what the game demands and what society is willing to accept. Football also functions as a mirror for broader cultural values. The sport's emphasis on toughness, resilience, and perseverance resonates with societal ideals of masculinity and heroism. Yet these same ideals complicate discussions of vulnerability, injury, and mortality. Players are expected to embody strength, yet the cost of sustaining that strength can be devastating. America's reckoning is therefore not just about football, it is about how society frames risk, reward, and human endurance. Stories of suffering, lawsuits, and advocacy often clash with marketing campaigns, highlight reels, and commentary that valorize physical play. The sport embodies the tension, forcing society to engage with questions about risk, reward, responsibility in ways few other cultural institutions do. Football thrives on contrast, courage and vulnerability, risk and reward, admiration and fear. America's love for the game endures, not despite these contradictions, but because they exist. What football refuses to fully confront is not merely individual incidents of injury, but the systemic persistence of risk as a cultural and economic feature. Every generation reinvents protective measures, implements medical protocols, and adjusts rules. Yet the core dynamic collision, speed, and aggression remains untouched. But the very spectacle that fuels public enthusiasm is inseparable from the same risks that have claimed lives for over a century. Reflecting on the narratives of individual players over the decades, one sees a through line of courage, hubris, and consequence. Chuck Hughes, Reggie Brown, and countless others embody variations on the same theme initiated by Moore. Families, leagues, and society respond with reform, litigation, and memorialization. Yet the cycle persists. The first death teaches that the sports risks are structural, cultural, and persistent. The lessons of Moore and subsequent tragedies extend beyond the field into ethical reflection. We are compelled to ask questions that remain uncomfortable. How much risk is acceptable in the pursuit of competition? How should society balance admiration for athletic achievement with responsibility for player welfare? How do families, institutions, and fans reconcile the joy of the game with its human cost? These questions are not purely academic. They are lived experiences for every player, coach, and medical professional who engages with football. The first death continues to haunt these deliberations because it crystallized the fundamental tension between performance and mortality. A tension that remains unresolved today. Modern interventions illustrate the evolution prompted by this historical lesson, yet also the limits of human adaptation. Sideline physicians, athletic trainers, and emergency responders now operate within protocols unimaginable in 1905. Helmets are designed based on biomechanical research. Concussion protocols guide return-to-play decisions, and neurologists study long-term impacts. Yet these advances, while critical, do not eliminate risk. They manage, mitigate, and sometimes delay consequences rather than remove them entirely. Reflecting on what Moore's death teaches us, one recognizes that football is a study in contradiction. It demands peak human performance while exposing participants to extraordinary risk. It celebrates physical courage, while exacting profound human cost, and it inspires devotion while provoking moral uncertainty. The first death crystallized the stakes of the sport. setting in motion a century of reform, inquiry, and reflection. Yet it also revealed a truth that remains. The sport's identity is inseparable from its hazards, and those hazards are neither historical artifacts nor fully erasable. They are active, present, and persistent. The legacy of the first death is therefore both cautionary and instructive. It demonstrates the capacity for human systems, medical, institutional, and cultural, to respond, adapt, and mitigate harm. It also illustrates the limits of that capacity when structural forces, tradition, and cultural expectation continue to valorize risk. Moore's death and the events it inspired are not merely historical footnotes. They are living lessons embedded in every play, every collision, and every decision made on and off the field. Understanding football requires acknowledging these realities. In tracing this through line, it becomes clear that the first death is more than a singular moment in history. Yet by examining the through line from 1905 to the modern NFL, we can see both the progress made and the lessons unheeded. The first death still teaches us that football is a negotiation between human aspiration and human limitation, between spectacle and consequence, between ambition and mortality. Every season, every player, every game carries this truth forward, reminding us that the cost of glory is both historical and immediate. As I sit with the weight of these stories, tracing a century of football from its earliest days to the present, it becomes clear that the game is defined not only by triumph, but by consequence. The roar of the crowd, the exhilaration of a perfectly executed play, the joy of championship victory, these are inseparable from the sacrifices, injuries, and lives forever altered on the gridiron. Football is a sport of extremes, a collision of passion and peril, and understanding it fully requires acknowledgement of both sides of that collision. This documentary has taken us through that continuum, from the brutal birth of the game to Harold Moore's tragic death, to the cultural and institutional reckoning that continues to shape the sport today. The story begins with a silence that still reverberates through stadiums, the silence that followed the first death, that followed every serious injury, that followed every instance in which the human body was tested beyond its natural limits. It is a silence that cannot be ignored because it speaks to the stakes at the core of football. These were men who stepped onto the field with the knowledge or, at least the acceptance, that they might never return the same. Some would not return at all. This is the foundation of the game's identity, a reminder that every tackle, every line of scrimmage, every moment of high-impact play is built upon a history that is as human as it is heroic. Harold Moore's death in 1905 stands as the first visible fault line in football's cultural mythology. He did not die in vain. His passing catalyzed national debate, legislative attention, and institutional reform. Theodore Roosevelt's intervention, the creation of organized oversight, and the eventual rule changes that altered the trajectory of football were all responses to that single moment of tragedy. Yet even as reform reshaped the game, it could not erase the intrinsic danger. The first death taught the sport and the nation that football is thrilling because it tests limits, but it is perilous because those limits are real and unforgiving. Every subsequent generation has inherited that same lesson, and it echoes in stadiums across the country, from small high school fields to the professional stage. We have seen that the game's evolution is a story of pendulums. Innovation brings protection, only for new risks to emerge. The forward pass, helmet designs, sideline medical protocols, and concussion awareness all represent progress. Yet each advancement highlights the dynamic tension between protection and performance. Every generation confronts this contradiction anew, debating the morality of risk, the responsibilities of institutions, and the ethics of cultural admiration. The sport thrives in this tension. Yet it also challenges us to consider whether our fascination with collision is compatible with the value we place on human life. Economics cannot be ignored in this reckoning. High-impact play drives attention, viewership, and revenue, reinforcing the very behaviors that place players at risk. The structures of incentive contracts, endorsements, and media attention intersect with culture and identity, amplifying both the thrill and the danger. Football's evolution, therefore, is as much a story of human ambition as it is of institutional negotiation. Every protocol, every rule change, every helmet redesign responds not only to injury, but to the intertwined pressures of expectation, entertainment, and commerce. The legacy of the fallen exists within this complex web, influencing policy even as culture and economy continue to define the sport. Yet within this tension, football's power remains undeniable. It teaches resilience, teamwork, discipline, and courage. It inspires communities, defines institutions, and creates shared narratives that transcend individual lives. These qualities exist alongside the reality of danger, creating a sport that is exhilarating, complicated, and ethically challenging. Passion and peril coexist in every snap, every play, and every season. Culture, economics, and identity shape perception and practice, ensuring that risk remains ever present. The human stories of injury, loss, and resilience provide both cautionary example and moral imperative. Football is a negotiation of extremes, and the legacy of Harold Moore and the Fallen serves as a continuous reminder that every victory is built upon a foundation of sacrifice. As the crowd fades, as the stadiums empty, and as the final whistle blows, the silence left behind carries the weight of history. It is in that silence that we confront the cost of passion, the price of spectacle, and the enduring presence of mortality in a game that celebrates strength. To honor football is to honor the lives it has challenged, altered, and taken. To understand it is to confront the contradictions that make it both beautiful and perilous. The first death, and every story that followed, teaches that the thrill of the game is inseparable from the human consequence it demands. Football is, in the end, a study in reflection, on mortality, on resilience, and on the ethical obligations of those who play, watch, and manage the sport. The arc traced from the early days of brutal, unregulated play to the modern NFL reveals progress. Yes, but also persistent challenges. Players continue to step into danger, families continue to advocate for reform, and institutions continue to wrestle with the moral and cultural imperatives the sport demands. The legacy of the fallen is embedded in every rule, every protocol, and every moment of reflection on what football asks of its participants. The lessons are personal and collective. They remind us that human ambition and physical risk are intertwined, that societal values and cultural fascination shape the meaning of athletic achievement, and that progress comes not only through regulation but through remembrance. Football is as much about human spirit as it is about human vulnerability, and the stories of the fallen, beginning with Harold Moore, illuminate the boundaries, stakes, and consequences of both. So as we step away from this exploration, what remains is both awe and caution. The game's spectacle is undeniable. Its history is compelling. Its emotional and cultural resonance is profound. Yet we are compelled to acknowledge the enduring truth that football, at its core, is a sport that exacts a cost. Every hit, every collision, and every season carries forward the lessons of the past, challenging us to reflect, to advocate, and to remember. Passion and danger are inseparable, and the legacy of those who suffered ensures that awareness, vigilance, and ethical consideration are woven into the game's fabric. It is about the stories of those who paved the way, often through suffering, and the awareness that the excitement of the game exists alongside real human risk. Harold Moore's death, the fallen who followed, and the cultural reckoning they inspired remain instructive, moral, and profoundly moving. Football teaches us not only how to celebrate strength and skill, but also how to confront the price at which those qualities are won. The game endures, thrilling and dangerous, celebrated and criticized because it embodies the full spectrum of human experience: courage, resilience, ambition, vulnerability, and consequence. The silence that follows the roar of the crowd is not emptiness, it is reflection, remembrance, and reckoning. It is the quiet space where we honor those who have paid the ultimate price, where we consider the cost of glory, and where we confront the truths that football has demanded of every generation. This is the legacy of the sport, and it is inseparable from the men who walked onto the field and never walked off the same way. It is a story of passion, peril, and the enduring human drama at the heart of America's game. Football is everything we admire and everything we must question. Its brilliance is inseparable from its cost. Its culture is as instructive as it is exhilarating, and its history, beginning with the first death, reminds us that understanding the game means understanding the fragile, finite lives upon which its spectacle rests. Passion and danger are entwined, and that is the enduring, unflinching truth of football.